Hi, Griefing Golem. Is everything coming through okay on your end? Alright, guess we'll get started. Hi everyone, welcome back to... I'm just going to lower the volume a bit on my end. Hi everyone, welcome back to my playthrough of SDRA2. I don't know... I'm not sure how long this stream is going to last, because I don't know how long the investigation is going to go on for, and... I feel like just tonight, because I do have a couple of things I would like to be prepared for this week, this might end up being a shorter stream, so depending on when the investigation ends, we might be in for a short night, but I should be able, and, you know, obviously it's the end of the, it's getting to the end of the semester, so obviously, you know, things are ramping up, and that does mean I might not be able to devote as much time as I'd like to working on videos and streaming. But, you know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and I do intend to, you know, make good on my promises. It's just a matter of getting there. And I just need to get back, you know, I think it's just a matter of, like, finding my groove again, even if it's been a very long time since I've written a script for a video, but yeah. How do you feel now that Yuri was the victim and in the way his body was? So I don't know if you, well, I mean, I know you watched the VOD, but, I mean, I was expecting Yuri to... I think the thing I was most surprised about is that there was no formal motive delivered by Monocro or even Mikado. That's probably what surprised me the most. But, yeah, it was definitely a pretty brutal... I mean, obviously the deaths in Danganronpa are going to have some degree of brutality to them, but... I mean, SDRA2 basically wasted no time getting into some pretty visceral stuff with how Yuri's was presented. Like seeing him with the hook struck in his ankle and stuff like that. Really, just, like that was pretty graphic to me. And not in a bad way, I should say. And also just the fact that from the looks of it, he could have been saved had they just acted a little bit quicker, unless the killer was somehow watching them all this time, and not that I think the killer's Yorgo, because that's too obvious, but yeah. I definitely think that Yuri, is, like works as a first victim. I mean, it's in the same vein of how, like, first boots in shows like Survivor work, how they're more of an out-there character, or at least that's how they're portrayed most of the time. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever made an Edgic of SDRA2, but I imagine Yuri would easily be an OTT character over the top, for those who don't know. Yeah, I've heard that Another 2 gets pretty graphic. I've heard that Chapter 3's death scene... That Chapter 3's death scene has some... Gets... Well, I don't know. All I know is I've heard Chapter 3 is very, like, graphic in how it's done, but I think I'll be fine. Anyway. get underway. Alright, so... Actually, let's just check the odds. Let's just check the file one more time. Oh yeah, and we can see how many there are. Okay, 14 truth bullets. Okay, so the victim's Yuri. He was found on the first floor of the bell tower. His left calf has been penetrated by a hook, and there are markings caused by the sharpened wires all over his body. There's also a deep stab wound on his right calf. Besides the external wounds, his neck and spine are both broken, as well as both of his kneecaps. The ultimate cause of death is shock from trauma and loss of blood. Chapter 4 got delayed because of reception to Chapter 3. Ooh. Was DRA 1 ever... Did DRA 1 ever have any delays for similar reasons? Oh, I see. So not all of the characters are required to be spoken to. Oh geez, everyone's, they're really spreading people out. We'll start from the bottom and work our way up. Setsuka, is the investigation going smoothly?
Oh?
Sora.
Thing is...
Well, about that, I just found something strange. Something strange?
Listen.
Come follow me for a second. The doors are mismatched. This is the entrance to the bell tower.
Now then.
Do you see that thing in the bushes? That thing? Ah, this is a life jacket.
How's that?
And I'm pretty sure no one used this to take a swim. Don't you think that's something the culprit might have left behind? It's very close to the crime scene after all. Why would they need to use a life jacket?
Aside from that.
Look carefully, Sora. There's a hook grappled to it. Oh, you're right. And this hook... Yep, the same one we found in Yuri's calf. I still don't know what exactly it was used for, but it was definitely used in the murder. Setsuka, by all odds, this is crucial evidence.
Now then.
I thought so too. Let's keep this in mind. A life jacket that seems to have been used by the culprit. But for what purpose?
Listen.
We have to investigate thoroughly since all of our lives are on the line. Hi, Yuki.
Hey.
Sora, how's your investigation going? I'm trying my best. What about you, Yuki? Me too. I can't stop thinking about Yuri's face, though.
My bad.
But I shouldn't act weak like this. I need to do this since it has to do with all of our lives. Yeah, I'll keep trying my best as well. There's some sort of liquid on the ground. What is this? I wonder. Maybe it's hyper green. I didn't have the guts to taste it, so I just crouched down and smelled the liquid. It smells like some sort of chemical substance.
Say...
Sora, what are you doing crouching on the ground? There's some kind of liquid here.
Indeed.
Ah, that's an anesthetic solution. Okay, Mekon. Anesthetic solution?
It's obvious.
This one in particular is one quite often used in medical surgeries. It's used for general anesthesia. How do you know all that?
Certainly.
I've smelt it quite a lot. Did you spend a lot of time in a hospital or something? Moreover, the fact is that if this is here, the culprit used it, right? Yeah. Though at the same time, this isn't though at the same time, this liquid is no semi-transparent glob. But the liquid alone wouldn't be enough to render someone unconscious.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about that. I already went and confirmed that one of the needle shots is missing from the infirmary. I went to go check as soon as I found out that an anesthetic was involved. The culprit must have used the shot to inject Yuri with the anesthetic. That's pretty impressive, Kanade.
Also...
Did you also know that the shots can be precisely measured to know how much you want injected? In other words, even an amateur can control the amount of time that the victim will be unconscious. I don't know if the culprit utilized that, but it's definitely an important clue. I see. I'll add it to my notes. But I have to say, you've completely changed, Kanade. Your actions and your way of thinking, it's almost as if you're used to this kind of thing. I mean, after seeing Yuri die like that, I've hardly been able to keep myself together. Used to it? Oh no, I just read a lot of mystery novels. And if I panic, poor little Hibiki will only suffer more. Even though Kanade's personality took a creepy 180-degree flip, her account definitely brings us one step closer to finding the culprit. It seems like Hibiki's not in her right mind after seeing the corpse. Guess my hands will be full taking care of her, huh? It can't be helped, but I'll have to investigate twice as hard. The person is dead. For real. What I fear the most actually happened. I'm scared. A murder at last, Miss Sora. You look really excited.
Quite exciting.
Why would I not be? We can finally begin the main event of this killing game, the class trial. By the way, I plan to do my best to figure out the culprit and the murder trick as well. The first murder has filled me up with enthusiasm. Sure, do your best or whatever. What's this? Some long thread-like stuff is scattered all over the floor. Upon touching it, it feels much sharper than a normal thread. Are these wires? They're so sharp you could probably cut your fingers just by holding them. I instinctively knew that this must be what caused all the cuts on Yuri's body. If he was cut by these wires, it would definitely explain the state of his body right now. The cause of death was definitely from falling, so this isn't the murder weapon, but it still seems like it's important. I'll add it to my notes. So it looks like this might actually be very reminiscent of Danganronpa 2's fourth case, just with the cause of death and having to suspend the victim from a high up place and all. Sora, the fact that Yuri's dead, it's hard to believe. There's nothing we can do about what's already done. I know, but this feels so surreal that it's like this isn't even real life anymore.
Positive, stay positive.
Right, we need to think positively. It's even more important in times like this. Yuri seemed like a dangerous person, and he wasn't that helpful either, so I guess it's a relief he's the one that died? I think you're crossing the line there. Besides, that sounds far from optimistic. Oh, my bad. I kind of like that she had that little slip-up. You know, it shows... I mean, it kind of speaks for itself that, you know, it's not the solution to everything.
Hey,
Yo, is the investigation going well? I'm trying my best.
now that's a scoop.
While I'm on the lookout, I'm also writing a summary of the case. I'm definitely going to publish this in the future. Even though a murder just occurred, it's just like the ultimate journalist to act like this. I think we already saw this, yeah. It's Yuri Kagaran's corpse. How did he, no matter how creepy he was, end up like this? Yuri, I will find the culprit. I promise. I guess I need to inspect the body if I'm going to find the culprit. Yuri's dead body was in a dreadful state. His whole body was dripping in blood, and all his joints were broken and twisted in obscure directions.
I guess it's because he fell from so high up.
Ooh. Ooh, that looks... Oh, that's bad. There's a huge hook stuck inside his left calf. It looks so deeply rooted that it won't budge when you touch it. And connected to that huge hook is a rope.
So the culprit pulled Yuri with this rope all the way to the top floor, then dropped him.
Even at a glance, this rope seems quite strong and sturdy. It would take a lot of force to cut this rope.
I get that the culprit pulled him up with the hook and the rope, but... what's with the wound on his right calf?
At first glance, it looks like the same hook made this wound. But was there a reason to hook both calves? I'm not sure what the culprit was thinking, but I'll write this down just in case. I didn't find anything else that wasn't already on the monochrome file. I figured there might be some sort of big clue hidden on the body, but with the exception of the fact that the rope and hook were used, there was nothing like that. I guess I need to investigate some more.
But
Yuri, he might have been a weird one, but he definitely didn't deserve to die. No one in this world deserves to die.
yeah, well,
I feel bad for not building a closer bond with him.
Hey,
Hey, you there.
that's right.
Yeah, you, the girl with the white hair. Huh? Me? That's strange. You of all people calling someone over, that never crossed my mind. And white hair. Isn't that a bit rude? Sort of makes me feel old.
Hey,
Whatever. I just want to tell you something interesting. You were thinking that the hostess over there is suspicious, weren't you? Huh? Are you talking about Yoriko?
not bad.
Come on, you can't fool me. Your face says it all, Miss Schnee.
How about this?
Well, about that, there's something interesting I want to tell you. I happened to see her walking over to the bell tower just this morning. What?
How about this?
Not only that, she was also holding a rope in her hands. You know, like the one attached to the dead body right now. The culprit did that, but why would Yoriko bring... Oh well, I don't know anything about that. I'm just testifying what I saw. Sora, I'll send you the bill next Tuesday. Yoriko went to the bell tower this morning with a rope in her hands. That's like saying that she's the culprit. There's no way I can know for sure until the class trial. I'll take note of what Shobai said just in case. Shinji, is everything alright with the crime scene? Ah! Sora! Yup. So was that like a high-pitched shriek from him? Yup, everything's perfectly under control. I guess with 3 people watching this place, the culprit can't touch a thing. By the way, Sora, maybe this is just me, but, about Yoriko. Please stop stuttering and speak normally. It's hard to get anything out of you. About Yoriko, I don't know. Isn't it a bit strange? You're saying she's suspicious?
the thing is,
She seems different from before. I've been jogging with Hajime every morning. That guy's got some nice calves on him, you know? But today he was late because of some business. So I was spending time inside the Mono Cruise,
then
and as soon as morning came and the doors unlocked, I saw Yoriko head outside right away. Yoriko went outside as soon as the doors opened? Mm-hmm. Of course. I have no idea where she went. But she was odd, and she looks even more suspicious now. Come to think of it, we found Yoriko at the top of the bell tower. If by chance she's not the culprit, then how did she get up there? I can't be sure if she's the culprit yet, but she's definitely connected to this case. Thanks, Shinji. I think your account is going to help us a lot. Ah! Sora, why are you grabbing my hand all of a sudden? Ignoring the stuttering Shinji, I added his account to my notes. This is the spiral staircase that leads up to the top of the bell tower. It really does go up high. It doesn't even look like it goes that high from outside. Yuki and I took these stairs up to the top floor, but the only thing we found there was Yoriko. I thought for sure the culprit would be there, or maybe Yoriko is the culprit. Can't jump to any conclusions yet. Whatever the culprit did, they definitely pulled up Yuri, so at one point they definitely went up these stairs. If I consider the height of these stairs, it would probably take at least 5 minutes to climb them. So when did the culprit actually go up them?
So,
Oh, Sora, I'm surprised you found me hiding behind that giant arrow. I heard from Yuki that the culprit pulled Yuri up to the top of the spell tower. I'd say it was pretty bold of the culprit. This spiral staircase is much taller than it looks. How could one possibly think of climbing up this staircase to the top? Huh? This is... Upon inspecting the spiral staircase from here, I realized something odd. What are those wires? I think there were wires like these on the first floor, too. When I touched them, I could tell they were one and the same. They're connected to the walls along the spiral staircase. Looking closer, they weren't only strung from the bottom to the top. Wires were hung across the walls in intervals. They've all already been snapped, so that means the wires from the bottom floor must have been hung up here before. They were definitely set up by the culprit, but why would they go out of their way to do this? I have no idea, but I'll still take note of this. Okay. At a guess, maybe the idea was that they basically put Yuri in like a snare trap or something, and basically if he like tried to move, then and maybe if he tried to move, then he'd just get yanked up and then slammed down again. And that's what these wires were for. That they basically just, it was basically a way of pulling him up like remotely, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's actually possible. It's either that or trying to just reduce the amount of effort it would take. It's an enormous bell that decorates the top of the bell tower. Huh? There's something odd here. What are those? They look like traces of some sort. Looking from the bottom, it looks like something was swept through the top of the inside walls of the bell. I wonder where it made those traces. I recall that before Yuri fell, the bell rang. Could it be related to that? I've never looked inside the bell before, so it's possible that those traces have always been there. Okay, so maybe it is that the culprit was hiding inside the bell with its little clapper or whatever. That'd be a hell of a gambit. But like, it's possible that they were even higher than just, you know, the viewing platform here. They could have been like in the rafters for all we know. Even though I was unsure, I wrote it down in my notes. Guess we have to check outside.
Oh?
Rara, where are you going? Hello, Setsuka. I'm going to look elsewhere. I know the murder happened here, but there could be clues in other places, right?
Besides.
Alright, in that case, I suggest you visit the guest
Thing
house.
is,
It's right next to the bell tower, and you may be able to find something thanks to our party there last night. I see. Alright, thanks. Oh, hi, Kokoro.
Hello.
Sora, so you've decided to come here too. Since the guest house is so close to the bell tower, I thought I'd check it out for clues.
That's right.
Good idea. This place does indeed have some clues. You should look for them. Well, she seems to know what's up. Sora, what brings you here? That's my line. What are you doing here?
But
Nothing much, but you know. The murder happened right after the night of the party, right? So I figured the party must have had something to do with the murder. I came here for the same reason.
hey,
Hey, Sora, when do you think the culprit decided to kill Yuri? By when do you mean...
it's complicated.
I mean, there were 6 people who stayed up late drinking yesterday, including me. Actually, there was a period where Yuri was alone. Maybe that's when the culprit took their chance? So Yuri was left alone last night? Yoriko, do you think you could explain in detail what happened last night?
Listen,
Well, after we sent you away, we kept drinking and partying. Of course, I wasn't drinking, but the others were doing it non-stop. They were fully drunk.
but
Eventually, nighttime came, so we were forced to head back to the monocruise, but Yuri said he needed to use the bathroom and that we should leave without him. So you left him alone? What were you thinking?
I don't mean it like that.
Wait, he wasn't completely alone. The 6 of us were there together, but we needed to hurry because if we didn't make it back before nighttime, we'd get locked out. To be honest, things were so out of control with me trying to take care of all the drunk people that I don't even remember some of the details. Someone definitely went with him, but I can't quite recall who it was. So you didn't check if he actually returned to the monocruise, right?
Maybe...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't even know if he made it back. Oh, and this is extra complicated because, like, people are already suspecting her, and yet, because everyone else was drunk, she's basically the only person who can explain, like, what happened there. And not even in full detail. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't even know if he made it back. I could never have guessed at the time that things would end up the way they did. I was being careless. I guess asking the other students if they saw Yuri go into the ship last night might be a good idea. Anyways, Yuri was definitely alive up until we all drank yesterday, so maybe that will help. Also, this is just in case, but you're not the culprit, are you?
What are you saying?
Of course not! Why would I be the culprit? I see. Well, I'm sure we'll all talk about this whole mess during the class trial. No need to pop that hidden immunity idol. Thanks to Yoriko's account, we might be able to know when the killer went for Yuri. This is why you don't become the designated driver. You might get accused of murder, says Pickman fan. Glass bottles with some liquid inside of them. They're probably from last night's party. The smell's still lingering. I don't know how people managed to drink this stuff. One sip and I was already feeling dizzy. Featherweight. I was smelling all the bottles when one of them suddenly caught my attention. Huh? Wait, this bottle... Inside this bottle doesn't smell. Does that mean this isn't alcohol? Instead of having the smell of stinging alcohol, the bottle I picked up smelled like nothing. After some hesitation, I drink it. Why would you drink it? Ask Yoriko standing right there. Just ask her what it is. It really doesn't taste like anything. This is just water! A bottle of water was among the bottles of alcohol? Maybe someone just wanted to drink water last night, but I should take note of this just in case. Oh, and I see there's 6 bottles there.
I'm pleased that you're all investigating so rigorously.
I'm guessing whoever was drinking from that bottle was drinking from it to fake their, fake drunkenness so that they could, be fully sober for their murder. That's gotta be the case.
However, your time is now up. The investigation has ended. We will now commence the class trial. So please, gather at the entrance to the class trial room on the first floor of the monocruise.
It's only been half an hour. Wow. That was quick. It seems like investigation time is over. We all did our best, but we can't be as sure as to who the culprit is until the class trial. We need to do this. We need to trust everyone's abilities. We need to hope that we can solve all the mysteries of this case in the class trial. Monocruise's first floor. He must be talking about that door. I should hurry. Fuck, I hate when the only way forward is to rhyme. How's everyone doing tonight, by the way? I don't think I've asked. You're all here.
Hey.
You're late, Sora. Last place again. I'm late? Sorry about that.
Well...
We were worried about you. Why were you so late? I came as soon as I heard the announcement.
Hey!
Maybe it's because you're the culprit, right? Also, is it just me, or is this a really unflattering angle? As if. Hibiki, you can't say stuff like that to poor Sora without any evidence.
Hey now.
It's like what Kana said earlier. Either we expose the culprit or we all die. Those are the only 2 outcomes. If we mess this up, we're all dead. What happened to us? Just yesterday we were partying. How did it come to this?
That's just how it is.
We don't have time to think about that. If we get up here, we won't be able to survive.
Huh?
Wait, is this the class trial room? It's not at all like how I imagined it would be.
Good grief.
No. This is only the entrance to the class trial room. See that elevator? We'll be taking that down to the class trial room.
What did you say?
Take that down? Down where? Aren't we on a cruise ship?
This is stupid.
Yeah. Whatever, let's get this over with.
Hey.
You're pretty damn laid back considering all our lives are in danger.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Everyone seems to have gathered, so let us waste no time in getting started. Now, the thrilling, the extreme class trial. Everyone, please enter the elevator in front of you and make your way to the class trial room. As you might have already realized, you cannot escape from the class trial. Face it head on, using what you learned in your investigation. Now let us begin. The first class trial of the Utsuroshima field trip of mutual killing.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that too, Golem. He definitely, like the wide open eyes, the just all the wounds all over his body, and just the really, like, sprawled out position of him. Yeah, and the color scheme too. So we're really doing this. I don't want to go down. Are we going to be able to find the culprit? It'll be really bad if we can't. You know what? Bring it on! It's not like we can escape this anyways.
Yes.
Hi, Maria Cortez. Yeah, I mean, I am pretty much for pretty much any character. I'm not sure if I feel like I didn't really get to, I don't really know if I would say, I'm undecided on him as a character. I mean, I don't think he's bad, certainly. I think that he definitely serves his purpose. You know, he's intended to be a bit of a weirdo who you kind of don't expect to be around for very long. And for deserving better, I don't know. I mean, I definitely don't think he deserved to get murdered. He just needed to maybe mellow out, you know? It's like what Big Bro says. If we put our heads together and discuss this, we'll find the culprit. The culprits who killed Yuri. Let's find them, no matter what. Hi, Mookie. It's starting. Once we go down that elevator, there's no going back. No running away. No giving up. No surrendering. But I'm not alone. Yeah, that's true, Pickman. I need to survive through this with everyone. Alright, before we do that... Save. And now talk to everyone.
Let's go.
Let's go. Another bit of it... I mean, I guess everyone has a bit of, like... Well, some of the people here have, like, a bit of flat heads, flat top syndrome. But, Kokoro is, Kokoro's looks a little bit off to me. Probably because the other guys have hats. Yeah, there's, I noticed that too. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Like, this cast, to an extent, like, it's not that their color schemes are, like, samey, but you can kind of tell that they kind of skew a few different ways. But yeah, it's all about the green, gonna be somebody. Alright, as for who I think the killer is, honestly, I've never really been one to really try and go for guessing who the killer is, but based off of... Okay, so based off of the people who were based off of just the clues and, like, the fact that Sora really took note of the people who were staying late, I think that it has to be one of the people who either stayed late at the party or helped prepare the party, or both. And it's probably... Is this game on Steam? No, it isn't. And, like, this game is a fan game. It couldn't be sold on Steam. It's down... You can download it on itch.io. Itch.io. Anyway, people who prepped the party were Setsuga, Yuki, Hajime, Yoriko, and Mikado, and technically Sora. Well, yeah, not technically. And then stayed late, Setsuga, Yoriko, Hajime, Yuri, Shinji, Emma. So, I'm thinking that Yoriko's too obvious, Yuri's the victim. Setsuga and Shinji were both definitely... Setsuga and Shinji both definitely were, like, visibly drunk. so it's probably either Hajime or Emma. I'm going to lean Hajime just because he was there to prepare the party. I don't know exactly what he would have done at the time. Like, maybe he would have had time to... I suppose Hajime would have had time to, like, acquire anesthetic, and, you know, that goes for everyone. But it's the fact that Hajime is in both groups and doesn't have something to dissuade me from thinking it isn't him, because Yorgo's in both, but, you know, she was looking out for the group and is just a bit too obvious of a culprit, I feel. Whereas Setsuka, as we already know, was definitely getting plastered that night. Let's crack this case down to size. Let's do it in fashion, too. That way we can decorate the front page of the newspaper tomorrow with this juicy scoop.
All right.
We can't run away after coming this far. Let's find the killer. But... will I be okay? Kanade, we'll get out of here alive, right?
Indeed.
Of course. You have me. All you have to do is stop worrying and wait for me to solve this for you, Hibiki. I really like their dynamic. I know I've said this before, but I really like it.
Oh dear.
I've been in a courtroom setting before, but this is my first time in an actual trial. Will I do well? That's a neat little tidbit. I like that. You know what is on Steam, though, Mookie, or what will be on Steam? Kumatante, Old School Slaughter. In fact, we have someone who's... I forget who... We have someone who's on the game's dev team. Isn't that right, Griefing Golem? Forgive me, I forget what exactly it is you do on the team, but, yeah.
Indeed.
I got this.
Let's discuss as much as we can based on what we found. We must find the killer. Class trial or whatever it is, just bring it on! I'm gonna overcome it all! Now that I think about it, Shinji kind of reminds me of Kakeru from DRA1. Except without, because, like, you know, he's shy, but he is shy around people sometimes, but can also get pretty pepped up. It's really starting. I guess I should put some thought into this. This wasn't the school life I wanted. Script writer. Yeah, I thought you were the writer. Thanks for reminding me.
So how's that?
I don't want to die either, so I promise I'll do my best in the class trial.
On it.
We either do this or face death. What's done is done. If we can't avoid it, let's at least try to overcome it. Go for the knockout.
This is stupid.
Oh, this just because someone died. What a waste. I'm sure you'd have loved to sell his organs right about now, right? Alright. Okay, here we go. After making sure everyone is in the elevator, we pushed on the button and the door shut. We felt the elevator begin to descend. Oh dang, we got a CG for them this time. The elevator made a loud sound as it slowly but steadily descended. Oh, Shobai, crossing your arms and laying against the wall. That's not a good sign for your survival, buddy. Normally, everyone would have been talking to each other, but the vibrations of the elevator seemed to make us all mute. It alerted us of the class trial to come. The elevator sound grew louder, almost as if to make fun of all of our fear. Thoughts that we may never see the light of day again crossed all of our minds. Oh, they're holding... Oh, you see that? The twins are holding hands. That's cute. But we couldn't let that happen. Whoever killed Yuri wasn't going to get away with this. As everyone had their own thoughts of what may or may not happen, the elevator came to a screeching stop. I think Mondo did once. I'll be honest, I can't remember exactly who. I just remember seeing a post about it. But I know Mondo did. I'm pretty sure Kaito did. So, someone check that for me. Hi, Head Genwix. What is this place?
Hello there.
You finally arrived. Welcome to my lair. Welcome to the most advanced facility of the Monocruise, the Class Trial Room.
Ho ho.
Oh, I like what you've done with the place. Very impressive.
What?
This feels like an actual court or something.
Very well.
I assume you're all ready. I also assume you all know there isn't any running away from this. Let us begin. Everyone, go to the stands with your names on them.
Very good.
Excellent. Your solemn disposition... Excellent. Your solemn expressions tell me you're all going to face this with the appropriate resolve. Now let us begin the first class trial of the Utsuroshima field trip of mutual killing. Definitely noticing, I think it's just because everyone is so spread out compared to the first game, especially like with how some of them are standing away from where the stands are, that it seems like there's fewer of them. Also noticing, I mean, I could go on forever about like potential speculation for like what the all these placements mean. If we win, we live and the Blackened dies. If we lose, the Blackened lives and we all die. In other words, no matter what happens, someone will face their death here. I can't let those thoughts cloud my vision. I need to focus on the class trial right now. Yuri, the ultimate spaceman. He's no longer with us due to his brutal murder. He may have been uncooperative, he might have been a terrible person to men and women alike, but he was still our classmate. It's like Emma said, if this killing game hadn't happened, we would have all been such good friends. The culprit, the one who did this terrible thing to Yuri, is among us right now. Alright. Various thoughts intertwine and the curtains finally open. A trial of life and death. A trial of truth and lies. A trial of burgers and fries. A trial of trust and betrayal. A trial of fact and fiction. A trial of pleas and excuses. Of friends and foes. A trial like no other. The class trial. Yes, please. Oh, gun. Oh. Yeah, that one makes sense. That is some fast scrolling text. Right, let's equip some skills. Oh, that is a lot. Definitely glad we picked up like 5 skill points from Mikado's free time event. That'll give us a bit of cushioning. Okay. Are y'all excited for 2x2 demo? I'm not really following 2x2. I mean, granted, I've got so much other stuff going on, but, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I'm excited for 2x2. It'll be the first time that I get to experience a Danganronpa game on release. Although, knowing me, I'm probably going to be late by a couple of months. So I guess this was. So I guess the life jacket is probably the biggest curveball right now, because like everything else, I generally understand. The question is, why is this life jacket here? And like, why has it got the hook in it? And presumably the hook is. I mean, I don't even think they took the hook out. I forget exactly like what the commentary was on the what the differences would be. I remember that I think based on the wording, it's possible that that 2x2 would at the very least have new executions, if not new killers, which will definitely be interesting to see. Well, guess it's time.
Firstly, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this class trial.
I'd hope so too, but I feel like if they're going to go in different directions, they would probably want to like reverse direction on some of the arcs, even if it does make things a little predictable.
The results of the class trial will be decided solely by your votes. If you manage to correctly identify the blackened, only they will receive punishment. But should you vote incorrectly, everyone except for the blackened will be punished, and they will be able to escape this field trip of mutual killing.
So it's begun. The class trial. One of the people here brutally murdered Yuri.
Well, first and foremost...
Wait a minute, Monochrome. There's something I'd like to ask first.
Oh, and what might that be?
I don't know why, I really like this sprite of Monochrome. It's probably his cutest one.
Accomplices. Can there be accomplices in a case?
Good question. Whether or not there are accomplices will be a huge factor in deciding the culprit.
A good question indeed. I guess it wasn't specified in the rules. To be blunt, there can be accomplices.
What? So it's possible?
But in theory. Only one person gets to actually leave the island anyway.
Of course. The rules even say that only the first murder counts if more should occur. In other words, without any reward, an accomplice is no more than another tool for the culprit.
They'd gain nothing from assisting the culprit, after all. Even if they succeeded, they'd be unable to escape the island alongside the blackened.
And it feels like such a natural yeah, exactly. Why is Moto TV talking right now? I don't know what you're talking about. One of the best fan mascots out there. I'd agree. I mean, it's a fairly simple idea, but it just feels like a natural extension that fits fairly seamlessly into Danganronpa itself, you know?
More importantly, they'd still face the same execution as the rest of us.
He's got that right.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, that. You don't need to concern yourself with it. It would have been Yuri Kagorin's seat, but it's rather sad to just leave a blank space there.
That's an awful sense of humor you've got there.
Wait, something's off about this. What's that empty seat over there? Whose is it?
It's exactly what it looks like, an empty seat. There's no need to concern yourself with that either.
Oh, really?
You're very interested in the petty details, aren't you? Questions are fine, but Shouldn't you be discussing the murder first?
Right. This place is extremely unpleasant. I'd like to leave as soon as possible.
Is the VA for different project they're a part of? I assume you're talking. I assume like someone there's like a channel or something called Moto TV that who's like the voice actor for one of these people. I'm sorry, I have no idea who any of these who voices who. I didn't pay attention to that.
It might be the last place you ever see if we don't figure out who the culprit is.
Say such terrible things! Wait, all of you. Do you mind if I say something before we begin?
Huh? What is a Kokoro?
I know who the culprit is.
Oh, her sprite got really low. Her face got really low res all of a sudden.
What? Are you serious?
Who is it? Who's the culprit?
I know who the culprit is, and I know exactly how they did it. So I'll give them the chance to speak. Give yourself up now. Perhaps then I may understand that you regret your actions.
Why are Kokoro's sprites so low res right now? What the hell?
You'll be found out anyway, and it's better to confess rather than have it dragged out of you.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that like fangans with voice acting would have some crossover with each other.
Nobody's confessing.
Obviously. What kind of idiot would tell the truth? They'd be sentencing themselves to death.
All right. We'll do this the hard way.
I feel like there's a lot of, I'm seeing, honestly, it's kind of interesting that we're seeing more similarities to Trigger Happy Havoc's trial, just with all the questions and now this bit.
So who's the culprit, Coco?
I can't tell you that right now.
What? Why are you screwing around? Just tell us. We don't know who it is, so just tell us so we can get this over with.
She's astral projecting, she isn't physically here.
Like Sosie said, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to be.
Would you be able to comprehend it? Even if I did tell you, I would be lucky to be believed. I sense that a few of you are suspecting me already.
Aha. Your powers of observation are truly outstanding.
This is a class trial. All of our lives are on the line here. We need to find a conclusion that everyone finds acceptable, so that there is no doubt who the culprit is when we all cast our votes. Figure it out for yourselves as much as you can. I'll help you if you get stuck.
This is totally suspicious.
Hibiki, don't dismiss her when we haven't even started yet.
What? What's with that condescending attitude, huh? Do you think I'm an idiot?
Oh, sis, your mood's back up again.
Duh, of course. I don't want to sit around moping forever. I'm really scared, but I'll do whatever it takes to stay alive.
I see. That's good, sis.
Let's get started then.
Wait a moment. May I say something as well?
I've got to say, if this is, I mean, even with the, like, occasional low-res sprites and the weird, like, perspective thing on, like, how it looks like sometimes they're sliding, like rising above their, they're, like, straightening themselves up while standing at their podiums. If this is what the DRA1 remake is going to look like, then that'll be great. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, yeah, it's understandable, Golem. But I just always appreciate the little, the like, additional context. And, you know, as I say in one of my videos, it's another way to characterize.
What is it now?
I imagine that some of you may suspect me simply because I'm the mastermind. Your opinions on me as a person are inconsequential. But please, for all of our sakes, treat me as just another student during the class trial. We would all die if we reached the wrong conclusion, after all. I don't want to die either, you know?
That's exactly what the real culprit would say.
Shinji's played werewolf.
Oh, come now. This is a prime example of what you should not do.
Shinji, I'm sorry, but he's right. If Mikado wanted to act as the mastermind, he had plenty of opportunities to do so before. Everyone here is a suspect, including Mikado and I. The purpose of this discussion is to narrow down that list.
I see. I understand. I'll try my best.
So, can we start now?
Where should we begin? If you're confused, try starting with what we know happened in this case.
Do your best. My life's on the line too.
We should probably start with what we know about the case. I need to try my best. Everyone's lives depend on it. Non-stop debate another. Non-stop debate, you have to point out and counter the contradictions in another student's words with a truth bullet. White text can't be. Yellow phrases are weak points. The upper left corner displays a speaker in the progress meter, and occasionally a student's lines will include a yellow phrase, which is the weak point. You can move your crosshair over it and press confirm to fire a truth bullet. You're free to fire truth bullets at regular text as well, but nothing will happen and points will be deducted instead from your score, so maybe try to avoid doing that. The point is to fire the right truth bullet at the right spot. You can press shift to change the loaded truth bullet displayed in the lower left corner. This feature isn't available if you only have one truth bullet, however. If you successfully refute an argument with the correct truth bullet, a cut-in will appear and your score will be calculated before advancing to the next phase. You'll fail to refute an argument if you attack the right contradiction with the wrong truth bullet. In this case, your focus gauge will take 1 damage and points are deducted. Focus gauge is completely depleted. Influence gauge takes damage and the minigame will start over. Huh? You won't be able to aim properly if you're pressing an arrow key while securing your aim on a weak point, so please release any held... Okay. Press S to skip lines, and A to view a list of all truth bullets. Here we go.
To begin, Riri died at 7:30 in the morning. 30 minutes after the morning announcements.
Is it true that Sora and Yuki were together at the scene of the crime?
Yes, Yuri contacted me. After I woke up this morning. When I saw the message asking for help, I immediately ran to the bell tower. I saw Yuri hanging from a rope, badly injured. And before I could do anything, he was dragged up. His corpse fell to the ground moments later.
There were so many cuts on Yuri's body. Could the murder weapon be a sharp object?
The monochrome file contained information about Yuri's body. I am liking the presentation so far, I'll also say. Like, just the spotlights turning on and off, and just the machine sounds. I should go over what was written on the file one more time.
To begin, Riri died at 30 minutes after the morning.
Is it true?
Yeah.
There were so many... Could the murder weapon be a sharp object?
No, that's wrong.
There we go. Yeah, I don't know how, I'm not sure, I'm not sure what exactly, I don't know how complicated it is to make something like this in RPG Maker, but, yeah.
No, Iroha. Yuri couldn't have been killed by a sharp object. If you check the monochrome file, it says that the cause of death was blunt force trauma. In other words, Yuri's death was likely caused by his fall.
Oh, I see. There were so many cuts on his body that I overlooked that.
Then what are those cuts from?
Cuts. Probably a result of that object. And that object is... I mean, I assume that the, I assume that the story is is basically conclusive with this game.
Got it. His injuries were caused by the sharp wires.
Wires?
Did you see all the wires strung in between the empty space in the middle of the spiral staircase? Yuri was dragged up by a rope and was cut by the wires as he fell to the ground. He fell very quickly, which is why the wounds are so thin and yet so numerous.
Oh, so that's why the cuts were there.
You never even checked the monochrome file? I can't believe you call that an investigation.
I'm sorry.
But I mean, yeah, the fact that we've got, like, the usual camera motions from, you know, what you'd expect of Danganronpa, definitely, like, very impressive, I gotta say.
Hey, it was an honest mistake. Don't pick on her.
An honest mistake? It's rich of you to say that when we could all die from it. I can't leave my life up to you all if you keep acting like idiots.
Leave your life up to us.
Everyone's lives depend on the outcome of this trial. Not just mine, yeah? If the rest of you work hard to find out the culprit, I don't have to waste my own energy.
What? You're basically saying that you're going to leech off of us?
I will intervene if I have to, but I'm not a fan of inefficiency. You're working to save your own hides, so isn't this a favorable outcome for us all?
Degenerate ruffian! Have you never even heard of the concept of cooperation with someone?
Now, everyone. We won't accomplish anything if we let ourselves be distracted by people such as Mr. Hashimoto. Let's carry on with deliberations, shall we?
But if the culprit wanted to kill Yuri by dropping him, why did they go through the trouble of installing all of those wires?
I'm not sure. I think we'll have to talk about it a little more.
Yeah, Shobai is definitely reminding me of a bit of Rei. Not completely the same, but it's definitely similar-ish.
All right. So could everyone tell me what they were doing at the time of Riri's death?
Like I said, Sora and I saw Yuri's death with our own eyes. We were together, so does that count as our alibi?
I was alone in my room.
Do I have to tell you? I was just wandering around the place.
Which place?
Mr. Kagurine died around 7:30 a.m. So everyone besides Mr. Maeda, Miss Sora, Miss Mitsume, and Mr. Hashimoto must have been in the dining hall.
No, Yoriko wasn't there.
Yuko, where were you and what were you doing at the time?
I was also at the bell tower. I met Yuki and Sora there.
The bell tower? But that's the scene of the crime, isn't it? If Sora and Yuki were there because of the message. Yoriko, what were you doing there?
What was I doing?
Kanade, just in case it comes up later, Yoriko technically witnessed Yuri's death with us. You heard the body discovery announcement, right? It's only announced when 3 or more people find the body. Sora and I saw it first, and Yoriko a little while after.
Hold on, Mr. Maeda. You claim that Mr. Kagurine was hoisted by a rope?
What? Yeah?
Then it stands to reason that the two of you witnessed the culprit, no?
What? Really?
If the Blackened dragged Mr. Kagurine with a rope up to the top of the bell tower, our 2 witnesses would have immediately followed afterwards in pursuit.
I see. Because the only way down from the top of the tower is down the spiral staircase. Whether the culprit went down or Sora and Yuki went up, they would definitely bump into each other at some point somehow.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We did get to the top of the bell tower, but Yoriko was the only one up there.
That means Yoriko's the culprit.
What?
Isn't it obvious? Like Emma said, the only way to climb up the tower is by using the stairs. And if you were there, you don't have a good excuse like Yuki and Sora, and you've been looking worried from the start. It's clear to everyone that Yoriko's the culprit. Don't you think so, sis?
Huh? But, Kanade, we just said that Ruko's a witness.
Sis, please just think for a moment. Yoriko doesn't have an alibi, and she has no reason to be in the bell tower if she's not related to the case.
I guess. When you put it that way, Ruko does sound pretty suspicious.
Hey now, who are you calling suspicious?
Okay then, Yuko. Can you tell us why you were at the bell tower? You and Rara just told us that they were there because they got a message from Riri. Tell us why you were there, then we won't have a reason to doubt you.
I don't know. I don't know why I was there.
What? Are you kidding me right now?
Yoriko's situation sounds kind of complicated. I thought she was the culprit at first too, but after I heard her testimony, I'm not so sure that's right.
Yoriko, calm down and tell us your
know.
side of the story.
As I expected, it looks like everyone's suspicious of Yoriko. We need to discuss this some more to find out if she's really the culprit or not.
I went outside as soon as the monocruise's door opened, so I could start my morning investigation before breakfast began. Then someone attacked me from behind, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was at the top of the bell tower next to Sora and Yuki.
Do you have any proof? For example, someone who saw you leave early.
What? No, nobody saw me.
You're acting really suspicious. Why would you go out so early anyways?
It's not me. I swear I'm not the culprit.
Yoriko's being accused because of her lack of an alibi. I don't know if she's really the culprit, but I should let everyone know that she does have one.
I went outside as soon when I woke up.
Do you have... For example...
What? No, nobody saw me.
No, that's wrong!
So glad that we don't have to, I'm really glad. One big improvement from DRA 1. So glad that, like, you're not docked for not hitting the thing on the first pass. I'm not an expert on it, but to get it working the way it does likely took a lot of messing with the battle system built into RPG Maker. It's why you can't hold another key. Just a limitation of the engine as far as I can tell. Oh, so it's not even like you might miss-aim, it's that it's just straight up won't fire if you're holding down another key.
Actually, there was someone who saw Yoriko leave early this morning. Shinji, you said you saw her, right?
Oh, me? Well, yeah, I definitely saw Yoriko leaving early this morning.
You guys sure do get up early, don't you? What were you guys doing?
Hajime and I go jogging every morning, you know? I woke up early, so I was waiting for him in the hallway. Hajime was late because he had to use the bathroom. And I saw Yoroko leaving as soon as the Monocruise door opened up.
It's like I said, I'm not lying.
However, while we've proven that you left the ship early, can we really be certain that it was for the sake of investigation?
I believe so. It's why all the text is basically straight on. Yeah. I guess that's also why. I guess that the text isn't going to get super crazy in any way.
What?
Doesn't that just make you even more suspicious? The murder did happen this morning, after all, and the culprit who killed Mr. Kagurine definitely wasn't in the Monocruise this morning.
That's true, but...
So, does that mean Yoriko really is the culprit?
Wait a minute. Why is everyone accusing me when I haven't done anything? I told you, I don't know how or why I was there. I lost consciousness right after I left.
Assuming what Yoriko says is the truth, the culprit attacked her and moved her to the bell tower to pin the blame on her?
But then there's no explanation for how Yuri was pulled to the top.
Maybe the culprit was hiding somewhere at the top of the tower?
No. We looked around for a bit, but it's an exposed area with almost no furniture around. It would be very difficult for someone to hide themselves up there.
If Yoriko can't explain herself, we have no choice but to assume she's the culprit.
Yeah. Wait, that's not true. I'm not.
Don't jump to conclusions. Yoriko isn't lying.
Coco.
Listen to her voice. She's telling the truth.
I know you're a psychologist, Koro, but how can you be so sure?
Oh yeah, if there was like one of the best parts of V3 in terms of presentation anyway, was just how animated the text got. They really went nuts with that, and honestly, I'm wondering if they'll try to emulate that for Danganronpa 2x2.
The method you're using to deduce Yoriko's alleged culpability is far too short-sighted. We'll look at the bigger picture instead of focusing solely on her, such as why Yuri was killed, perhaps.
Why was Yuri killed?
Speaking of which, didn't Yuri lock himself in his room after telling the girls to kill him? It'd be awfully difficult to drag that guy out of his room.
Hardly. If he was serious, a girl would only need to knock, and Yuri would open his door.
Are you saying that the culprit is a girl? So, like, doesn't it all point to Ruko anyway?
I'm telling you, it's not me!
Wait, everyone. If the culprit were a man, wouldn't that make the crime that much more ingenious? The obvious answer would be that the culprit is a woman, but if it was a man, they would be able to exclude themselves from the list of suspects for that reason.
But Yuri's the kind of guy who hates even being spoken to by another guy.
As long as Yuri had locked himself in his room, a man would have never been able to lure him out.
Huh? According to what Emma just said, a man could have been inside his room. Yep. Oh wait, I think it's frozen. I think we've hit, a wall. Has it frozen for you guys too? Can you see if, if it's advanced at all? I mean, I assume it is because the sound, I'm not hearing any voices. I think I may just have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to close this, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why it's not closing. Am I seriously gonna have to, Oh, there we go. I don't know why it takes so long to close it. Yeah, I don't know I don't know why that happened either.
Actually, Shinji.
Oh,
you got
Hajime.
It's like I.
However, can we really?
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the
Doesn't that
problem
just make
is.
you
Like,
even more, and the culprit who killed.
That's true.
So, does that...
Wait a minute. I told you.
Ashumi.
But then there's no explanation for how.
Maybe the culprit was.
No. It would be very.
If Yoriko can't.
Yeah. Wait.
Coco.
Listen, I know you're a psych.
The method. Look at the bigger picture, such as.
Why?
Speaking of, it'd be awfully...
Hardly.
Are you so?
Wait, everyone. The obvious answer would be that they would be.
But
As long as Yuri had locked himself in.
according to what Emma just said, a man could have been the culprit if Yuri hadn't been inside his room. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, has no one run into issues? Like, I genuinely can't think of a reason why this game would be having trouble if no one else is having these problems, because, like, it can't be my laptop because, at least it shouldn't be my laptop because it's basically brand new. The only other thing I've got open right now is OBS and maybe occasionally File Explorer, just so I've got it, just so I can reopen it. But yeah, Yuri locked himself inside his room for 2 days, and he left it for a single occasion. That occasion was... Hangman's flashback is about to begin. All right. The keyboard appears in the lower left corner with some of its letters left blank. A set of cards appear in the middle of the screen. Oh, I see, so it's like a memory matching game. Oh crap, we're on a time limit now. Ooh.
I see.
You guys like tarot?
The party last night.
So, or it's either tarot or like Sora likes playing Inscription or something, even though I know this was made years ago.
Yuri was at that party, wasn't he? Didn't he drink late into the night too?
Oh, yeah, he was there.
So then if someone attacked Yuri right after the party ended, it could have easily been a man.
Yes, that's true.
You're taking that into account now? Quick-witted bunch, aren't you?
You asshole! You're not even participating in the discussion!
What? Do you want me to help? That'll be a million crows. I'll figure this all out for you then.
Shut up, you Scrooge!
If Sora's right, a man really could have attacked Yuri. But that's no reason to rule out a girl as a culprit.
Of course. She said that the culprit could be a man, not that they couldn't be a woman. For a man like Mr. Kagurine, the idea of him giving up his life to a woman that approached him during the festivities is all too plausible.
Yeah, but I'm curious about something. The party was last night, right? Yuri died this morning. If the culprit attacked Yuri after the party, wouldn't that mean the culprit was inside the monocruise during nighttime? The monocruise doors lock after 10 p.m.
Yeah. If the party was last night and the murder happened this morning, there's a huge gap of time missing between them.
So the question is, if a man really did attack Riri after the party, what was he doing until morning?
But didn't all the people who were drinking late into the night return to the monocruise before 10 p.m.?
That's, I can't really remember.
Probably. I was the only sober one there. Although, Yuri was late. He told me he'd be stopping by the bathroom.
I get it. That was when somebody kidnapped Rin then.
No, that doesn't make sense, because the murder happened at the bell tower just after the morning announcement.
Well, they could have knocked him out there.
The culprit would have been locked inside the monocruise. They wouldn't have had any time to prepare for the murder.
You're assuming things again. There's no rule that says you have to stay inside the monocruise during nighttime.
What? But the rules.
State that the monocruise doors close at 10 p.m. and that sleeping outside the dorms is not allowed. That's all. If the culprit never boarded the monocruise, they would be free to wander the island after the door was locked. If they stayed up all night, they wouldn't be breaking any rules.
Being outside the monocruise at night isn't a rule violation? Is that true?
Yes, I've done it before.
Figures.
I wondered what would happen if I slept during the day and stayed out all night outside. And nothing happened. The doors opened in the morning, and I was able to board the monocruise as usual.
But didn't Monocro say that monsters would be wandering the island at night? You still could have been injured, Coco.
Setsuko, there's no way you believe that. I refuse to believe you actually believe that.
I was fine. I stayed on the main roads and never ran into any sort of monster. Although I do wonder if something may be hidden in the forest.
If Kokoro is telling the truth, it's possible that Yuri never re-entered the monocruise last night.
And if that's the case, considering that Shinji was waiting for Hajime to go jogging, actually, no, wait. No, Hajime was, like, telling him... What was... Like, wait... Or at least he claimed he was using the bathroom, but I mean that... I don't know. I'll just wait and see what they say.
According to Yoriko, he did return, just much later than everyone else. But isn't it possible that he was attacked and then placed in the bell tower until this morning?
According to that theory, the culprit is one of the people who were drinking late into the night.
Exactly as I thought.
What do you think, Yoriko? You're one of the people who stayed behind, aren't you?
So that's true. But it wasn't me. I got back to the monocruise with everyone else.
About that. None of us were exactly sober, so we don't really remember that. Sorry, Yuko.
Yep, I knew this was going to be a problem. Also, I'm just noticing that she has earrings. Like, I think they're like moon-shaped earrings. That's interesting.
What?
They were all drunk as skunks.
Indeed, and none of them can recall a thing. Speaking of which, I don't recall seeing any alcohol during the preparations for the party.
Oh, you're right.
And yet, there was alcohol abound in the beverages by the time the party started. I believe this is no mere coincidence.
Are you saying that the culprit put alcohol in the drinks in order to get everyone drunk and fog up their memories?
Wait, isn't it possible that someone impulsively committed a murder because they were under the influence at the time?
No. You can tell by looking at the crime scene that someone put a great deal of thought into this murder. It doesn't fit an intoxicated cover-up.
If the culprit brought the alcohol, doesn't that mean they helped organize the party?
Who are the ones organizing the party?
You, Ra-Ra, Mac, Yuko, Mikado, and myself.
Yeah, he doesn't get a nickname.
Just the 6 of us.
Yoriko is nothing but suspicious.
So the culprit's someone that helped with the party and stayed out last night. And they would have to be sober. That's what you're saying?
Hey, wait a second. The only person who wasn't drinking last night was Yoriko. She said she'd be chaperoning Dry, since we had to get back by 10 p.m.
No, I mean, that's true, but...
That's... The evidence all lines up.
Well, based on that, I think it's fairly clear now that, that Hajime's gonna be the killer.
Yoriko, can you explain what happened in more detail? We just want to believe you.
You're not listening to me.
Oh, crap! Yeah, I agree, Buccaneer.
Too far? Look, I'm innocent. To be accused as the culprit because of a series of coincidences, I can still defend myself, you know? Listen to me before you start talking.
Yeah, especially when they're, like, especially when they're listed in, like, so many, in such rapid fire like that. I mean, I played Paper Perjury, or, well, I didn't play Paper Perjury, I co-commentated a Let's Play of that game, and there was one character who had a lot of, who basically had nicknames for everyone, but it was only the one person. I see, so this is like, I want to say Tempest? Anyway. Truth arrows, I see. select the appropriate arrow with shift and notch it with S before firing.
I know I have to accede to your unjust accusations, but if I'm really the culprit, do you really think that I'd go about it this way? Like you said, Yuri would have done anything for a woman, even die for her. There's
Crap.
no reason for me to wait until the party to kill him in such a complicated manner.
The culprit may have waited until the party because of their plan involving the alcohol. Like we said before, they used it to dull everyone's memories so they could easily get away with their plan. The fact that Yuri attended the party in itself could indicate that he was working with the culprit.
So you're just saying that I would do something as stupid as intentionally going to the party? If I was the culprit, I wouldn't go about it that way. If you two weren't at the tower with me, you wouldn't be suspecting me. Is that how it is? Just because of that, you're suspecting me. It's completely unfair.
Right.
I know I have to accede to your unjust accusations, but if I'm really the culprit, do you really think that I'd go about it this way? Like you said, Yuri would have done anything for a woman, even die for her. There's no reason for me to wait until the party to kill him in such a complicated manner.
The culprit may have waited until the party because of their plan involving the alcohol. Like we said before,
Oh, that probably wasn't supposed to happen.
The fact that Yuri attended the party in itself could indicate that he was working with the culprit.
So you're just saying that I would do something as stupid as intentionally going to the party? If I was the culprit, I wouldn't go about it that way. If you two weren't at the tower with me, you wouldn't be suspecting me. Is that how it is? Just because of that, you're suspecting.
I'll pierce through those words.
I really gotta say that I'm really liking the like differences in the mini games so far. At least you know, in terms of presentation, it's not like they're. I mean, you don't exactly play. At least in my opinion, you usually don't play Danganronpa for the mini games, unless it's for. Obviously, like I do think they at least are able to add something, you know. But they're not the main reason, right?
Shobai told me that he saw you going to the bell tower this morning.
What?
He also said you were holding a long rope in your hand.
A rope? The same rope that Rinrin was tied up with?
Shobai, you were telling the truth, right?
Huh? I was. At the time, I didn't know that woman would be so important to the case. I was wondering what she was planning to do with something like that. Now that I think about it, that was a really important piece of evidence.
Wait, he's lying! Shobai isn't telling the truth. I really was attacked by someone as soon as I left the Mono Cruise. He's trying to slander me. He's the culprit.
Even if you say that,
Yeah, all the evidence is stacked against you.
it's almost undeniable. Or maybe you're just an idiot, Yoriko.
What? Why are you all accusing me? Why me?
Mr. Hashimoto's testimony is the most damning thing here. How do you plan to defend yourself against that?
Yuko, are you really the culprit?
Wait, Shobai really is lying.
What?
Sora, did Shobai mention when he saw Yoriko leave?
That's... Yoriko left right after the morning announcement, so wouldn't that be around 7 a.m.?
I was on the second floor of the library at the time, and I saw Shobai climbing the stairs from the second to the third floor. Shobai, even if you did see Yoriko leave, unless you knew her destination beforehand, you'd have trouble figuring out she was headed for the bell tower.
And didn't you say you saw Yoroku holding a rope?
Shobai, were you lying to me?
Ha! So you got me out. Sorry about that. but I wanted to test you all.
Test us?
Like I said, if you clear the class trial for me, I'm good. I was testing whether you could really do it without my interference.
What? You gotta be joking!
Just a little bit of perjury, really. I didn't think the psychologist would realize. Well, whatever. I'm counting this as a win.
Asshole! What the hell are you doing?
Settle down, Mr. Kasai. Violence is against the school rules.
Calm down, Shin. You can beat him up after we get out of here.
No, you can't. Not without breaking the rules.
That proves my innocence, right? Shobai's the one who lied. He's even more suspicious than I am.
I don't know. His testimony might be false, but you're still the most likely suspect.
But we're being cruel to Yoriko, aren't we? We should talk about this some more.
No, Ruko's definitely the killer.
I don't want to suspect my friends. I want to believe everyone instead.
Well, this is rather complicated, isn't it? We seem to be split right down the middle.
Here it comes.
If that's the case, let's decide with a proper debate. Please remain calm as your seats are rearranged.
Whether Yoriko's the killer or not, we'll have to discuss about this some more. Let's try our best to convince everyone. Okay, so, funny story, I actually remembered watching, like, at least part of a compilation of all the SDRA2 Scrum debates, but I have literally no memory of what happens in them, so yeah, count me fortunate there. But that was technically, but yeah, watching that video is, the Scrum debates here are how are really my first experience with these two games. In either Team Solar or Team Luna. Keyword. They have keywords. What's really random? No, I'm not going. I seriously doubt I'm going to remember anything. It has been so long. Like, I'd be concerned if I had seen that video in the past couple of years or gone looking for it, but I haven't. So, yeah, you can trust me. And, like, even if I do, there's maybe one, like, minor thing I remember. Let's see, switch keywords with the up and down arrow keys. I mean, I think it's relevant, isn't it? Yeah, I do too, Golem. I'm really looking forward to this. Flashy indeed. Opinion opposition.
Yoriko is the only one that went to the party and fits all of the criteria.
This one's mine. We still need to figure out if the party is even relevant to the case.
Knowing Yuri, the killer has to be a woman.
Emma! We've already established that the murder could have been committed by either a man or a woman.
Ruko's the only one with a super suspicious alibi.
Yoriko! Kokoro and Shobai don't even have alibis. Why are you accusing me?
But, Yoriko, weren't you the only one who handled the food at the party?
Looks a little creepy there.
Yotoko was not the only one who handled the food at the party.
She could have taken advantage of the fact that we were drunk to forge her alibi.
Shinji.
Yoroku wasn't the only one who wasn't drunk. So shouldn't we suspect the others too?
Yotoko is our only suspect, so there's nothing else we can do.
Setsuka, we haven't even talked about the possibility of another suspect besides Yuko.
May not be as flashy as a V3, but I definitely gotta appreciate the effort. And it managed to do its own thing, you know? I like it. I think I've seen that same video Pikmin
It
says.
seems that a conclusion has continued to evade us.
At any rate, it's wrong to conclude that Yotoko's the killer when there's still so many unanswered questions. We need to discuss this some more.
Sora.
Okay. I don't want to doubt my friends any longer either. Let's drop the subject of the culprit and discuss some other things first.
Wait, so we're back to square one?
Good thinking. Unlike a regular trial, a single misstep will result in tragedy. We need to keep discussing this until we reach a decisive conclusion.
I mean, Kokoro, don't you know who the culprit is? Can't you just tell us so we can call it a day?
You all currently believe Yotoko is the culprit. Would you even be able to accept it if I named someone else?
So you don't believe Miss Kabuya is the culprit?
Alright, so instead of who they are, let's talk about how the culprit did it.
How they did it?
We're not sure whether the culprit attacked Riri this morning or after the party. Did you forget what the culprit did before they killed Riri?
Before killing Yuri, is she talking about the object that was attached to Yuri's body? That object would be...
Got it. Are you talking about the hook that was embedded in Yuri's calf?
Yeah, you said it was already embedded when you first saw him, right?
1, 2, 3, I want Yuri. Yuri Kagura and our girl on girl Yuri. Oh. Oy.
Even if Riri was drunk, he wouldn't have just stayed still while the culprit stuck that thing into his leg. They would have had to restrain him by any means possible.
So you're saying we should discuss how the culprit went about doing that?
How the culprit restrained Yuri. We have to figure this out. Oh, here we go. Now we're stepping up.
We might have all been plastered, but Riri wouldn't have just stayed still while someone stuck a hook into him.
Maybe they stunned him by hitting him with a blunt weapon?
No, they wouldn't risk Yuri dying right there.
Regardless, it's certain that the culprit did something to immobilize Yuri's...
Perhaps he was so drunk that he passed out. Wait, no, that's dumb. I'm sorry.
How the culprit restrained Yuri. There must have been evidence relating to the method they used. Let's think back on what I found during the investigation.
We might have all been plastered, but Riri wouldn't have just...
Maybe they stunned him by hitting him with a blunt weapon?
No, that's wrong! Evidence that the culprit didn't use such a straightforward method, Hibiki. We found traces of an anesthetic solution on the floor of the bell tower.
Anesthetic solution?
Kanade told me that it's similar to the kind used in the operating room during major surgeries.
Yes, you can get some from the infirmary.
Its presence at the bell tower leaves no doubt that the culprit used the anesthetic to subdue Mr. Kagurine.
Wait, do you think that's the same thing the culprit used when they attacked me?
Maybe. But that's besides the point, Yotoko, so be quiet.
Fine.
And there's one more thing I know about the anesthetic.
The other thing I learned about the anesthetic is... yeah.
Got it. Kanade went to the infirmary after finding the anesthetic, and she discovered that a single syringe had disappeared.
A syringe?
Yes. You can use that particular syringe to conveniently calculate the sedation time using the scale on the barrel.
That's great and all, but how do you know all this?
I watch a lot of medical dramas. Is there a problem?
I'm not saying there's a problem, but...
No one found a syringe or anything like that while investigating, right? That means...
The culprit still has the syringe with them.
Should we frisk everyone here?
I doubt they'd be idiotic enough to have it on their person. But we can be sure that they hid it somewhere.
Can I make a Chapter 1 joke? Jesse, if it has anything to do with spoilers about who the killer is, then no.
If they used a syringe with an anesthetic solution, they could subdue Yuri even if he wasn't drunk.
There's one thing that's really bothering me. When Sora and I last saw Yuri, he seemed convinced a woman was trying to take his life. Saying things like, not everyone gets to be killed by a cute classmate, and being born a man and achieving my dream.
He said that as he was about to die? Eek!
So if he said that, does that make the culprit a woman after all?
The thing that's bothering me is that Yuri told all of us that he would cooperate with the female culprit. But they restrained him and waited until he was drunk. If the culprit was a female, that wouldn't be necessary.
That's what I've been saying since the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. It'd just create more evidence, right?
Hi, Red the Fox and Normal Tree.
Let's review. Assuming the culprit is male, he would only be able to target Yuri after yesterday's party.
Well, Red, I think it just comes with the, I think it just comes with the fact that it's anime. I mean, it's not like the Danganronpa series is without, it kind of comes with the style, and I mean, it's not like the main series is without really colorful hairstyles, too.
We still have no idea what happened before nighttime, though. Assuming the culprit is female, she would be able to get to Yuri at any time inside the monocruise. However, she wouldn't have had enough time to prepare for the crime in the morning.
I know this is probably just a limitation of the engine, if that's what you want to call it. But it's sort of like how Nikkei is kind of hiding behind Shinji. V3 had more colorful hair in the cast. Yeah, I'd say so.
Like the other scenario, we still have no idea what happened before nighttime.
About what happened before nighttime. Doesn't it seem possible that the culprit's preparations took place during that time?
What?
Why does the hostess who was sober remember less than the people who were drunk? No, I think she remembers more, if anything.
Like Kokoro said, anyone can stay outside the monocruise at night using the loophole in the rules.
I like how relatively this case seems simple, but it is taking time in a way that makes sense, that doesn't feel like it's spinning its wheels. Yeah, I like that too. And it doesn't feel as... Not to say that, like... I don't think DRA 1 really had, like, pacing problems. If anything, the, it was probably just the speed of the text that was causing stuff to feel slow. Yuri is the one who has killed, Tree.
We can't explain how the culprit prepared for their crime during the short time frame in the morning, so we can just assume by default that it took place at night.
That's almost 9 hours. Would it really take them that long to prepare for the murder?
I'm not sure. They just need to prepare the hooks, the rope, the anesthetic, the wires, and... that's all, I think.
Wait. None of you can possibly think that the culprit simply dragged Yuri up with just a rope, do you?
Huh?
I did think something was amiss when you began accusing Yotoko. You've been mistaken from the beginning.
What are you talking about?
The culprit didn't just drop Yuri to his death after dragging him up from the bell tower.
Then, what else did they do?
Oh, I see. It was so obvious that I almost missed it. In hindsight, it's clear. Think. Yuri was short. but it's physically impossible for anyone to drag him hundreds of feet out to the bell tower. I doubt even Shinji could do it.
Really? If you used a lever of sorts, it might be possible.
Oh, oh gosh. So I'm guessing that's what the bell was used for.
Yes, it's possible. However, we were wrong in our initial assumption that the culprit was the one who pulled Yuri up.
Our initial assumption was wrong?
So what? What's the problem?
I don't trust Kanade. Yeah, like, I mean, she isn't necessarily doing, like, I mean, here's the thing, like, in the moment, I do trust, here's the thing, like, based on actions, in the moment, I trust her, but they are doing a lot to, like, suggest that that she's into, like, some pretty wild stuff. The culprit didn't pull Yuri up. They moved Yuri using another method? What method did they use? Yeah, I mean, she is basically, like, I know, I don't want to, like, keep making comparisons to Mikon, but that's basically what it is. Or Kanada, if you prefer. I've definitely seen something that can solve this.
To remedy the situation.
Ooh, what's this?
Kanade's explanation is correct. Think, Sora. You've seen the evidence, too. I can remind you if you don't remember.
The minigame Logic Refresh is about to begin. Would you like to hear an explanation? Yes, please. In a Logic Refresh, someone who supports your argument will give you hints to help you out. Oh, so it's like... So this is like the reverse of a rebuttal showdown. Avoid the words in white and collect the blue truth bullets. All 3 shields in the lower right corner dissipating will result in damage to the focus gauge. There are 5 lines similar to the rebuttal showdown, and you can use the up and down arrow keys to switch lines. Your supporter will say their argument point by point, and your task is to avoid contact with their white statements. Tree and, well, actually, no, just Tree. Tree, have you played SDRA 2 before? Because I haven't. You will suffer damage when the midpoint of a comment in your line passes through the vertical line on the right. The midpoint of a comment pass... Okay. On the other hand, blue truth bullets that appear in the midst of comments should be collected. Blue truth bullets can be collected when their midpoint passes through the judgment line in the same line as you, and will be shown in the lower left corner. Ooh.
Yuri was dragged to the top of the tower at a great speed. This is an impossible feat for a regular person to accomplish. How was the culprit able to achieve this? The speed in which Yuri was dragged up indicates something was pulling him down from the other side, don't you think? And you didn't find anyone on the top of the bell tower, so therefore, you can figure this out for yourself, can't you?
Oh wait, I got it. I just figured it out. I think I just figured it out.
I agree with that.
Yeah, okay. So that's what the life jacket was for. That's it. And that's also why, like, they didn't pull the hook out, because, like, there being any blood was not important. So, yeah, so the culprit used their own weight to basically rappel down the bell tower and pull Yuri up to the top. And then when they took the life jacket off, that's when he fell to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that, Red.
It's possible that Yuri wasn't dragged up by the culprit.
And honestly, it's not even, I mean, it's not that, like, I mean, they are, the game is, like, making it clear, is at least making a point of, the only thing that has really been done is, like, making it clear that she's kind of into some dark stuff, but yeah.
It's more logical to think that he was pulled up in reaction to something else.
I agree, Golem, I really like that idea.
What are you talking about?
There was a hook stuck in Yuri's calf, which was attached to a long rope. We thought that someone pulled Yuri up by that rope, but if you think about it, it's physically impossible for someone to do that on their own.
Anyone want to know the first few digits of pi? I think I know like the first 10 or so, so like 3.14159265358 9, and then after that, I was guessing on those last two, but yeah. There are people who like there's like competitions for memorizing the digits of pi. I think the record's like 60,000 digits or something.
Huh? Are you sure?
Yes. How high do you think that bell tower is?
Furthermore, I discovered something with Setsuka earlier.
Oh, you're talking about the life jacket, aren't you?
Yes. Someone had left it hidden outside of the bell tower. We found the same kind of hook that was stuck in Yuri's calf embedded into the life jacket. And that hook was attached to a rope. However, the end was cut off.
So, what does that mean?
Oh, so in other words, Yuri was connected to the life jacket by the hooked ends of the rope. If the culprit jumped down from the bell tower while wearing the life jacket, Yuri would be pulled by the other end. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Exactly. That's what the culprit did. Wait, I don't get it. So why was Ruko at the top of the bell tower?
Well, according to Yoriko, she was attacked and found herself unconscious, and then awoke at the top of the bell tower. When Yuki and I met Yuri on the first floor, the culprit must have been waiting for us at the top of the bell tower.
I know how to make a homemade jet engine. Oh, wow. I don't know how. I mean, I suppose it's not impossible, but that must. I don't know how hard that would be, but that's interesting. Can I talk about other official Danganronpa games? I'm sure people here know the lore, but if not, I understand it. Are you talking about the main series? Like, I'm fine with you talking about main series Danganronpa games. Just if anyone has an objection, well, yeah, I'm fine with it, because like the important part is that I've played all of the main series Danganronpa games.
Along with the unconscious Yoriko, of course.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
That explains why Miss Kaguya was the only one there when Miss Sora and Mr. Maeda arrived. She was a red herring. The real culprit couldn't have been there. After all, they were already outside the bell tower when Mr. Kagurine was pulled up.
It makes sense in theory, but I don't think he'd be able to be pulled up so easily.
Why not?
There's tons of other factors involved, like friction and whatnot.
Sora, do you remember the bell ringing as Yuri was being pulled up?
Yes, and now I think I know why.
Yuri was pulled up as the culprit jumped down, and his body must have hit the bell. And the evidence that proves that is... I feel like the culprit would still need like something, because like Yuri isn't exactly... I mean, I guess the weight difference, even at the highest, couldn't have been that much.
Got it. The culprit threaded the rope through the hanging bell and used it as a fulcrum. I can't draw that well, but I'll draw you a picture to illustrate. Iroha, may I borrow your sketchbook?
Oh, that's a neat touch. Aww.
This is how the culprit did it. As you all know, the hole in the top of the bell is very small. Small enough that the hook can't pass through it. I suspect that the culprit attached the hooks after first threading the rope through the hole.
That's really high up. How is that even possible? Oh, well, I get it, but... Sora, your drawings could use some improvement.
Also, why'd you feel the need to draw the background, like... I don't even know what those things are called.
Wait, how did the culprit adjust the length of the rope? It sounds simple in theory, but they could have easily fallen to their death if they'd miscalculated.
Yeah, she makes a good point. I was wondering about that myself.
I believe they practiced it beforehand. If you look at the marks on the bell, they don't look shallow enough to have been made by a single attempt.
Are you proposing that the culprit practiced this act many times before committing the actual crime?
What would they have done it with?
Yes. The hooks that were connected to Yuri couldn't have passed through the hole in the bell, so the culprit wouldn't fall. The marks on the bell are probably from the friction caused by the rope. and also from the metal hooks scraping against the bell. After the culprit used the correct rope length to reach the surface, they could cut the end of the rope attached to the life jacket, and Yuri would fall to the ground due to the shifting weight and balance.
Do you think Hagakure is a horrid person? I mean, he's willing to sell Makoto to the Yakuza instead of delving into his massive life savings. He's in debt, though. Wait, what are the gigantic holes at the tops of bell towers called? I don't know, and that's why I was wondering. Actually, maybe I do, I can't remember. As for Yasuhiro, I mean, that's kind of the idea that... I mean, honestly, if anything, I think that... Certainly... Obviously, I'm not going to excuse that kind of behavior, Jesse, but, like... but, you know, first of all, it's mostly played for laughs, and also... It's Yasuhiro. He's pretty... He's dumb. What life savings? Like his... I forget. I'm sorry. It's been a very long time since I've seen his free time events. Like, the thing is, like, I can't imagine he gets money... I can't imagine him, like, holding on to money for that long, because, like, remember his Oop Arts collection? He can easily, like, get scammed for buying Oop Arts and crystal balls.
This is the truth of the crime scene that Yuki and I witnessed.
Wait a moment. Even if the culprit accounted for the length of the rope, the bell tower is far too tall. If they fell while hanging from just a life jacket with a hook, the force from the landing would dislocate their shoulders.
It's as Kanade says, the culprit would be severely injured without anything to cushion the impact. Something to cushion the impact. Is that why the culprit installed that object? It's probably the life jacket again. That doesn't sound right. Let's think again. Okay, wait, hang on.
Got it! Earlier, Emma was wondering why the culprit would go through all the trouble of setting up those wires. The answer to Kanade's question is probably the broken wires.
The broken wires?
Yuri was cut by the wires as he was dragged up at a high speed. The resulting friction in the process may have had the effect of cushioning the impact.
Now I get it. The wires weren't meant to kill Yuri, but rather to lessen the impact of the fall. This explains why the culprit went through the tedious work of setting up those wires.
Without a doubt. There's something bothering me. If the wires were sharp enough to slice through flesh, why didn't they cut the rope? If it really was that sharp, it should have cut the rope attached to Yuri too.
That rope was made from special materials. It's a tough one from the mart that won't break unless you carefully cut through its padding. I thought it was cool, so I took note of it. I didn't expect it to be used in a murder, though.
So, Ruko's not the culprit?
By the way, do you think Toko has other alters? I mean, actual people with DID have as low as 15 alters. I get Toko's a kind of deconstruction or killer with split personality while still playing into it, but I can't answer that, Jesse. I'm not an expert on DID or at all, so I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to answer that.
That's what I've been telling you from the start. I'm a victim here too.
That's too bad.
The hell?
What? What do you mean that's too bad?
Now we have to suspect everyone besides you as the culprit. How are we supposed to narrow it down to the culprit now?
I see. So we're back at the start?
Not really. We did learn something from the previous discussion. The culprit should have been outside the monocruise during nighttime after they kidnapped Yuri.
Huh? How do you know that?
Think about it. If the culprit was able to do test runs to adjust the rope's length exactly as they needed, then they must have had enough time to do so. Being outside during nighttime with no one else but Yuri gives the culprit plenty of time to run trials without anyone finding out.
Good point. Someone surely would have noticed the culprit if he was doing trial runs during daytime.
So I'm at a guess the culprit is the idea that the culprit like did like is the idea that like the wires were like a backup line so that Yuri wouldn't be pulled up too quickly.
Furthermore, there was a prevailing misconception that no one could exit the monocruise during nighttime.
I feel like Emma like keeps occasionally leaning into a British accent. I don't know if that's just me though.
I'm sure the culprit thought there would be a good time to test their plan.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we still held that belief until now when people like Kokoro already knew that wasn't the case.
Well, I just stayed up all night once.
Based on the previous discussion, we can infer that the culprit is a man. As we already know, a woman would have no reason to use such difficult methods.
It's true that Mr. Kagurine's death would be automatically attributed to a woman due to his previous outburst.
Do you feel bad for Mukuro being... Emma was raised overseas. Oh yeah, that's true. Good. She was working in Hollywood a lot, wasn't she? Do you feel bad for Mukuro being led on by her twin? Did you read Danganronpa? I have. I mean, yes, I feel bad, obviously, but, you know, she did still choose to do those things. I've not read Danganronpa, though, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't really plan to. It's just... I know that's probably gonna sound like blasphemy to all the Mukuro fans out there, but it's just not that it just doesn't interest me.
So, should a man have committed the crime, the very act of murder itself would become his alibi.
Isn't she based off of Millie Bobby Brown, I believe. Someone brought up like what actresses she was based off in one of the other streams. I can't remember who though. So should a man have...
A rather clever ploy, I must admit.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Mikado on this one.
So now that we know that, we can just narrow it down from all the guys here, right?
In that case, we already know the culprit. It's either Mikado or Shobai. Shobai doesn't have
Mogo
an
Robbie,
alibi,
yeah.
And Mikado's the mastermind.
Please do not forget my sincere wish for a class trial free of prejudice. It should be unquestionably clear that I am giving it my all to unveil the truth.
Huh? Shobai, were you asleep this whole time?
Huh. Still not over.
You must be crazy. Our lives are at stake right now, and you just dozed off?
Hey, you've got all you need. I know the whole story, but you guys don't need my help to figure it out. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Wake me up when it's over.
He's insane!
Anyways, Shobai or Mikado being the culprit seems unlikely, big bro. The culprit must have stayed late at the party last night to kidnap Yuri, but neither Mikado or Shobai were included in that group.
But, you know, can't Mikado use magic? You've seen him flying around like nothing. Kidnapping Yuri with those abilities would be a piece of cake!
Nox's second law. All supernatural and preternatural agencies are ruled out as a matter of course.
I think that's a mystery writer, I can't remember.
What the heck is that?
An absolute code of logic in detective fiction that cannot be violated. It forbids supernatural or unrealistic phenomena from interfering with murders.
Oh, I know that! Isn't it from Umineko when they cry?
That's a game I've got to play.
I give you my most sincere, emphatic vow that I do not use my magic for matters relating to murder cases.
I'm not sure I get it, but how can you be so sure? Do you really think we'd ever believe the word of the mastermind?
It seems I am left with little choice. Monaco, I humbly request that you add a new rule. Mikado Sanoji cannot use magic for any purpose relating to a murder case.
You better ask him to make that retroactive too.
Are you sure about that rule?
Absolutely. I've already resolved to seal my magic, and its very existence seems to be a hindrance to the natural progression of this
The
trial.
supernatural rule was broken in a cool way in Zero Escape. I'm gonna be honest, I have to remember like which... I mean, obviously it was... I mean, I agree, but I can't remember, I can't remember what, I can't even remember which one you were referring to, honestly, because there's so damn many of them. But, I mean, technically that was also the... you could also argue that was the case in the Somnium Files.
I wish to use this opportunity to clarify my position within this killing game.
Very well. The regulations will be updated once the trial is over. Mikado Sennoji cannot use magic for any purpose relating to a murder case. As a reminder, the penalty will be execution should you fail to comply.
Well, it's meaningless because, literally no one trusts him. I understand, obviously actions speak louder than words, but considering everything we know that everyone seems to know about him so far, why on earth would you believe him?
I understand completely. You have my deepest gratitude.
So, Mikado can't be the culprit.
I understand that, Golem, but, you gotta understand the position these people are in. It's understandable why they're still, on edge around him.
Why are you trying to make this problem harder than it is? The answer is already out. There's a suspicious individual who satisfies every condition.
Huh?
Yep.
You spoke about the conditions to be the culprit beforehand. Think it over. The individual you referred to is in plain sight.
The conditions to be the culprit?
The conditions that we brought up were...
I'm guessing he's consulting his notes now.
The culprit was among those who stayed late at yesterday's party.
It can't be Yoriko, can't be Yuri, obviously.
The culprit was also part of the group that prepared the party.
Which basically means it's either Yoriko, Setsuka, or Hajime.
Additionally, we figured out that the culprit is a man while discussing the Life Fest and the murder rehearsals.
A man who stayed late last night and helped prepare the party. Let's list them one by one. The group that stayed late was Setsuka, Hajime, Shinji, Yuri, Emma, and Yoriko. Yeah, Red, I mean, this is the first time I think this is the first time I've mentioned this. As someone who's played in orgs, which is basically just playing Survivor, Big Brother, but online, that is very true. That is very, very true. The group that prepared the party was Setsuka, Hajime, Yuki, Mikado, Yoriko, and myself. Then, could the culprit be... Vacant... I knew it! It's the vacant podium! No, this isn't the right person. Everything we piece together points at one person. That person is the culprit.
Crap!
I'm sorry, I had to see if there was something there. I do like that they include that. I do like that's included instead of just skipping over it. There you are.
It can only be you. Was it you? Hajime Makunouchi.
Suspended? Looks like I was right.
Was it you, Hajime?
What?
Wait a minute, Sora! Do you think Hajime's the culprit?
There's nobody aside from Hajime that meets all the conditions to be the culprit.
Sorry about that. I don't know why that. I don't know how that happened. I noticed my mic went off. I was trying to ask you guys. Anyway, like I generally agree with Buccadeer's thing. Like the fact that Kokoro like was saying like you're not going to believe me if I tell you who the culprit is, and like I mean she's basically proven right considering how split the scrum debate. Am I too loud? Is there something wrong with the audio? Okay, I don't know why that happened, but basically I was saying, like, I mean, consider the fact that Kokoro was, like, the one to initiate the logic refresh, and also how split everyone was when, like, we were trying to figure out if Yoriko really was the killer. I think if she says that Hajime is the culprit, then it just becomes even more of a clusterfuck, you know? And it's not like she's... Like, it's a similar logic as to why, as to what... I mean, it's a similar situation to the first trial in DRA 1. Tsurugi knows the answer, but wants people to make sure that, people, like, can actually solve it themselves, but will step in if needed.
He helped prepare the party and stayed late to drink with Yuri. He's the only one who was in both groups, and is a man as well.
Yeah, both groups. Looks like I was really onto something there.
Precisely. I have been suspecting Hajime since the beginning.
How'd you know right off the bat?
You will remember my question at the start of the investigation. I asked, how do you feel about this murder?
Ah, yes. But how is that relevant?
I can figure out whether a person is lying or not just by hearing them talk.
I just realized that oh my god, she actually does literally just have an iPad. Well, yeah, it was an educated guess, but still, I think that I think it's still the same. I think similar logic applies. Like, I'm not sure if Kokoro would actually know for certain if it's Hajime or not, just from, like, hearing him talk. Hi, Gladys. Like, basically, she's trying to make sure that there isn't... Like, she even brings up, again, how it needs to be decisive, and if she just throws out Hajime and says, I can understand if a person is I can tell if a person's lying or not just by hearing them talk, like, that alone isn't going to be enough to... That's not going to be a convincing case by itself.
What? So you knew Hajime was the culprit just from that one question?
Miss Mitsume, that sounds like an even more magical ability than my own spells.
I cannot be completely sure of my deduction, naturally. But were I to narrow down my suspects...
Yeah, exactly my point. It's an educated guess, so very similar. So yeah, even more similar to what Tsurugi was going after.
I can figure out the answer by simply comparing the evidence to each suspect. From that, my deduction is that the culprit is Hajime Makunochi.
Then Yuri's murderer, the person that attacked me, it was all him?
If she's right, then wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? What?
Hey, hold on a damn second. Why am I the culprit all of a sudden? Don't you remember? I may fit the bill, but that doesn't change the fact that I was drunk. The only person who wasn't drunk was Yotoko. Don't tell me you all forgot about that.
Yeah, that's true, but...
Yotoko was the only sober person at the party, and even she agrees I was drunk. How could I possibly have killed Yuri? You all said the culprit made serious preparations. Stuff like trial runs. Wouldn't that be impossible to do if you're drunk? Are you guys really accusing me as the culprit? Just because I fit your little conditions?
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's how she'll... If you're right, Red, then yeah, maybe that'll cause her to be the next victim like I predicted.
Because if you are, I'm about to get really mad.
No, if we assume that Hajime is the culprit, every puzzle piece fits right into place. I suppose we should discuss just how those pieces fit as our next discussion. No, we're just going straight to this. I guess we're getting close to the end.
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes while drunk. So they must have been someone who didn't consume alcohol.
Right! There's no way Hajime's the culprit.
Shinji, please make judgments based on logic, not your friendship. There's plenty of reasons why Hajime is suspicious.
No matter how suspicious I am, I couldn't have done anything while I was drunk. Ask Yotoko and check yourself.
What Hajime just said is true. Including Hajime, everyone who stayed to enjoy the party last night were completely drunk. Except me, of course.
Are you sure about that? Did you somehow check their blood alcohol content?
You do know you can tell if someone's drunk without checking that, right?
Give him the breathalyzer. Like Kanade said earlier, there are other reasons why Hajime is suspicious. But listen to what he says and look for a way to refute his argument.
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes while drunk, so they must have been someone who didn't consume alcohol.
That doesn't sound right. I should concentrate and think. Yeah.
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes, so they must have been someone who didn't.
Right! There's no way Hajime.
Yeah, it's an interesting duality bucket here.
Shinji, there's plenty of reasons.
No matter how ask Yotoko.
What Hajime just, including Hajime, everyone who stayed to enjoy the party
Yeah,
last
that's
night
true.
were completely... No, that's wrong!
Yeah, I knew what the answer was. I just the hint at the end led me astray. 995.
Everyone was completely drunk last night? I'm not so sure about that.
What are you saying?
I found these liquor bottles in the guest house, and some of them were filled with water.
Water?
At first, I thought it was mixed in during the whole mess of alcohol being brought to the party, but now that I think about it, it's possible that the culprit was just pretending to be drunk and drank water instead.
Wait a minute. I don't remember much because of my foggy memory, but are you saying that someone was just acting as if they were drunk?
If Hajime was acting drunk during the party, he knew we would cross him off the suspect list. There's more to it than just that.
If I'm on the right track, something I heard earlier should condemn Hajime. That something is... this. What?
Shoot!
Crap.
Thought it was because he was so physically fit. I forget, Yoriko did say that, like, someone left, didn't she?
Got it.
There we go.
Yoriko, do you remember what you told me earlier? You said Yuri left to go to the washroom before you all went back to the monocruise.
Yes, I did.
Didn't you also say that someone else left with Yuri at that time?
I mean, I understand why it would be a little too obvious to include that, but I don't know, it's still important.
You said you couldn't remember who that someone was, but do you think that person could have been Hajime?
Huh? Give me a second to think. Well,
Wait, I think I remember. That person told us to go ahead while he took Riri to the washroom. They told us they'd follow us back right after. They had blonde hair and bulky muscles. It was Mac!
Yes, I believe it was. I wasn't paying much attention back then because I was under the influence. The thought that a murder would occur had hardly crossed my mind that night.
You both remember? Jeez, why can't I remember?
Okay, yeah, now I'm starting to see why the whole thing about how drunk people are. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's definitely a lot more blatant.
Even the drunk people remember what happened. Why couldn't you, Yoriko? Because your brain has more air bubbles than last night's booze.
I can't take note of everything while I'm completely absorbed in taking care of drunk people. Why are you being so harsh with me?
Because your bad memory frustrates me. Had you remembered, we could have pinned down the culprit much faster than we did. But thanks to the testimonies from the others, I think we've got the culprit set in stone. Yuri must have been completely drunk. He couldn't even walk on his own. In fact, wouldn't he nearly be out cold, considering the fact that he didn't refuse help from a man like Hajime?
So Hajime lied about Yuri going to the washroom and left off with him, then never came back to the monocruise.
Considering Hajime as the culprit allows everything we've talked about so far to make perfect sense. Hajime, did you really murder Yuri?
They take it, I imagine they take it in shifts, Gladys. And yeah, I like Setsuka too, Buccaneer.
I'll extinguish ya!
Whoa!
Wait! Sora, please! Hajime's the culprit? That can't be right! Hajime has an alibi, please! Let me explain. I know fighting with words isn't my thing, but I'll have to do it to fight you, Sora. I have to do it for my friend.
Here we come. Oh boy.
Hajime and I go jogging every morning. That's our routine right after waking up. As always, I was waiting for him this morning. Like I said, while I was waiting, I saw Yoroku leaving the monocruise. Hajime did arrive a little bit later than usual, but committing murder in that small gap is impossible. He's a cool guy. And when a man's gotta go, he's gotta go. You can't blame him for that.
Shinji, don't you think the fact that he arrived late itself rouses suspicion? Hajime is pretty strict about time as far as I know. Even if what you said is true, something about his actions are strange.
Yes, they're certainly strange. But when the discovery announcement was made, Hajime was with us at the dining hall. Hajime committed the murder at the bell tower. He wouldn't have returned in time to meet with us in the dining hall.
Shinji is arguing that Hajime has a solid alibi. If I can refute his point, Hajime won't have any more arguments to defend himself with. Let's think carefully.
Hajime and I go jogging every morning. That's our routine right after waking up. As always, I was waiting for him this morning. Like I said, while I was waiting, I saw Yoroku leaving the mono cruise. Hajime did arrive a little bit later than usual, but committing murder in that small gap is impossible. He's a cool guy. And when a man's gotta go, he's gotta go. You can't blame him for that.
Dude.
Shinji, don't you think the fact that he arrived late itself rouses suspicion? Hajime is pretty strict about time as far as I know. Even if what you said is true,
I mean, he still has a
something
reason
about his
to,
actions
like,
are
he still
strange.
came up with a logical reason.
Yes, it's certainly strange. But when the discovery announcement was made, Hajime was with us at the dining hall. Hajime committed the murder at the bell tower. He wouldn't have returned in time to meet with us in the dining hall.
Oops.
Hajime and I go jogging every morning. That's our routine right after waking up. As always, I was waiting for him this morning. Like I said, while I was waiting, I saw Yoroku leaving the mono cruise. Hajime did arrive a little bit later than usual, but committing murder in that small gap is impossible. He's a cool guy. When a man's gotta go, he's gotta go. You can't blame him for that.
Shinji, don't you think the fact that he arrived late itself rouses suspicion? Hajime is pretty strict about time as far as I know. Even if what you said is true, something about his actions are strange.
Yes, certainly strange. But when the discovery announcement was made, Hajime was with us at the dining hall. Hajime committed the murder at the bell tower. He wouldn't have returned in time.
I'll pierce through those words.
There we go. Hooray.
Sorry, Shinji. Hajime actually could have easily made it back in time. The body discovery announcement was made sometime after Yuri's death.
What?
Of course. The announcement is only made when 3 or more people discover the body. There was no announcement when Sora and I saw Yuri's corpse. Monoko announced the discovery only after we ran to the top and met Yoriko, and she also saw the body.
So, did it go something like this? From Yuri's death to the body discovery announcement, the culprit had extra time to move around while Sora and Yuki climbed up the stairs.
As everyone who used the stairs during the investigation knows, it takes at least 5 minutes to get to the top. Of course, the culprit was able to quickly get down safely by jumping off the tower using his fulcrum mechanism. This is a small island. If you run fast enough from the bell tower to the Mono Cruise, wouldn't it be possible to meet with everyone else at the dining hall before the announcement?
Then...
Wait, but didn't Shinji say he went jogging with Hajime? Yuri died at 7:30 a.m. If they went jogging together right after the morning announcement, how did Hajime kill Yuri?
Shinji and I briefly parted ways while jogging.
But that was just to get your crow card that you left at the guest house, right? And even that didn't take more than 10 minutes! Executing this whole murder plan in such a short time isn't possible.
There's one thing that keeps bothering me. Do we agree that the culprit attacked Yuko right after the door opened, and then they carried her to the top of the tower? If so, they attacked Yuko and moved her to the bell tower at 7 o'clock on the dime. Returned to the monocruise and met with Shin, started jogging, parted with him, and went to the top of the tower again. Checked that you and Rava were there, and murdered Riri by jumping off. Dealt with the rope and the life vest, and then came back to the monocruise. All within such a short period of time?
Shinji, at what time did you meet with Hajime this morning?
Well, it was around 7:15 a.m.
Even if we say the culprit ambushed Yoriko at 7 a.m., 5 minutes to run to the tower, 5 minutes to rush up the stairs, 5 minutes to rush back down, 5 minutes back to the cruise, there just wouldn't be enough time, even if Hajime buffed up his strength somehow.
I mean, would it take 5 minutes to... I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean 5... whatever.
Oh, there'd be enough time, alright. All you have to do is remove a step.
and all the pieces fit perfectly into place.
Remove a step?
Were the stairs the only way down? No. He could have slid down the rope, as if he were riding an elevator. Didn't he already adjust the rope length for that?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, that makes sense.
But wasn't the rope that connected to the life vest also connected to Yuri's body? Yuri died at 7:30 a.m., but if he rode the rope at that time, he would have killed Yuri after jumping. That's still a problem.
He just had to get rid of the rope's connection with Yuri. Hashime could have simply yanked out the hook from Yuri's calf while he was carrying Yoriko to the top.
Ew.
Not a lot of people wander outside in the morning. And Hashime would be the first person to enter the bell tower. Wouldn't everything be solved if we assume that he put it back into Yuri's leg?
That's right. There was another wound on Yuri's body. It must have been because of that.
Got it. The mysterious stab wound on Yuri's right calf. Kanade's hypothesis would explain how that wound was created in the first place. Initially, the hook was in Yuri's right calf, but in order to save time after moving Yoriko to the top, the culprit used it as a mode of transportation.
In other words, the culprit took out the hook from his right calf to move down, then hooked it back into Riri's left calf when he returned?
After meeting with Shinji, the only thing left for him was to take his plan into action. So when he saw Yuki and Sora making their way to the top of the bell tower, he jumped down to kill Yuri.
Wait, Rara. You said a while ago that the culprit used wires to slow the falling and cushion the impact. But if he used the rope before the murder like you just said, doesn't that mean there was nothing to cushion the impact?
Ah, that's true. The wires cutting Yuri's body would break the fall when the culprit killed him. But if he jumped with nothing but a small hook on the other side, there wouldn't be anything to slow him down.
Isn't this a bit problematic? I remember Miss Little Sis saying anyone who fell from that height would get their shoulders crushed.
No, it's not a problem this time. I know this sounds like I'm contradicting my own words, but...
I'm pretty sure this isn't allowed in boxing. No way Hajime did it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what you call an infraction. That was definitely below the belt. You're not allowed to hit below the belt in boxing.
Unlike back then, we know for sure who the culprit is.
The culprit? Are you speaking of Hajime?
Earlier, I said anyone would end up with a shoulder injury because I didn't know who the culprit was. As Hajime is the ultimate boxer, wouldn't he be able to withstand some degree of impact with his great physique? After all, no one cares more about their health than he does. The life vest also would have absorbed some of the impact, right?
But doesn't that sound a bit unrealistic? And even if he could survive the fall, that doesn't explain why he would bother setting up those wires. Why waste time preparing a braking system when you can just endure the impact in the first place?
In your opinion, whom amongst us would possess the fortitude necessary to pull off such a feat?
Huh? Well, based on pure muscle, I guess Hajime or Big Bro?
I mean, it's not like Hajime knew that he could survive the impact, right?
Do you see? The list of potential culprits has instantaneously been reduced to 2 individuals.
Huh?
Oh, I get it. The fact that they were set up could be so the culprit could use their existence as an alibi. If there weren't any breaks, the second that jumping trick was revealed, our first question would obviously be...
Yeah, talents. Yeah, I agree, Golem. Talents being important to the murder plots. That's something I always like to see.
Who could endure the impact?
Exactly. Of course, he also might have still needed a safety device to lessen the pain of the full impact. Regardless of whether or not Hajime ended up enduring the impact, it's a definitive truth that the culprit jumped twice from the top of the bell tower, and therefore our conclusion would also be correct. Perhaps we should also examine Hajime's shoulders and see if we find any other condemning evidence.
Yeah, the culprit would have had plenty of time at night to estimate the strength of the impact through experimentation.
If I may interject, Yuki stated that he received a message from Yuri asking for assistance. But the existence of this correspondence in itself is extremely suspicious. Yuri, with his acute misinjury, reaching out to another man on the verge of his own death, is it not unnatural?
Most certainly. Yuki even said that Yuri was delighted at the idea of being killed by a woman. It's definitely not the attitude of someone who would ask for help if such a thing had actually happened.
The message was probably sent to Yuki by Hajime, using Yuri E-Handbook Plus to create an alibi. That way, he'd be able to make whoever witnessed the murder scene run up to the top of the tower to catch the culprit.
Now I see why he used a syringe with measurements on it to inject the anesthetic.
God, he's really planned this out. Holy crap.
It was to make sure that Yuri woke up the second Sora and I got to the tower.
So, Jimmy was really thinking that far ahead when he planned the murder?
Jimmy.
Hey! Why are you all so confident that Hajime's the culprit?
So the culprit set up wires not only to cushion the impact, but to confuse us and set up an alibi. And then he used the rope to move down. I'd say that theory checks out. But why did he put the hook in Yuri's leg and then take it back out?
Yeah, I understand that, Ked, and, like, it's more so, like, it's not a necessary thing, but I like when, well, I think it makes it's best when it's not an immediate giveaway.
He could have gone down the tower with the rope first, and then put it in his leg.
Could it be, perchance, that Miss Kabuya's interference threw a wrench into the culprit's machinations?
Through a wrench?
Allow me to explain my reasoning. Being unable to enter the monocruise once the slumbering hours occurred.
Jimmy! The culprit is Jimmy!
The culprit was left with no option but to wait until morning. Therefore, it was crucial that they board the ship the moment the gates opened so they could play the part of the innocent.
Has there ever been a murder case where the talent has been a red herring? I don't think so, no. Get ready for later cases to be painfully meticulous. How meticulous are we talking? Are we talking like investigations, or are we talking like Ace Attorney investigations level of meticulous?
But Miss Kabuya stated that she exited the monocruise the instant the gates opened. Perhaps the two had a fateful encounter. Thus, the culprit had no choice but to ambush her in order to eliminate any possibility of her going to the bell tower. It would have completely jeopardized his carefully laid out plans, after all.
I agree with Mikado. If you think about it, jumping off the top of the bell tower like that without anything to cushion your fall was just insane. It would have been a risky gamble, even for Hajime.
We're gonna get down to matching people by their shoes, by their shoe sizes.
He wouldn't have done it unless he was forced to, due to some outside interference. But, like, why did Ruko even go out that early in the morning? It makes her super suspicious, you know? I told you already. I just wanted to get a head start on my investigation.
But what was the point of that rope you took with you?
Everyone's
Oh,
morale
no, wait,
being
no,
boosted
that
in
was
the party,
Shobai who saw
I
you.
felt motivated to really give it my all. But the murder made the whole thing pointless, of course. Well, I think we finally put all the pieces together. Is there anything we're missing, Hajime?
Hey! Hajime! I still believe in you! Why are you just standing there? Tell them they're wrong!
I always wonder how mystery writers determine the logistics of murder methods. Yeah, I do too, and and as someone who is at least open to the idea of trying to try my hand at this, it definitely makes me wonder how I'd fare. What is this, Cinderella? Not sure what you're connecting to there, Red.
I admit, everything they've said seems to line up nicely. I'm not sure where to start.
Maybe that's because you're guilty?
Enough! Don't you believe in your friends at all?
You're all teaming up on me with weak, bullshit speculation.
I mean, it's not impossible for Lineage to know all this. Like, I mean, keep in mind, this was presumably written in the... This would have been written in the 2010s, so, like, the internet was very much a thing. It's not like it would have been hard.
There's nothing else to say.
And let's also consider that... And let's also consider the fact that, like... I mean, murder mysteries have been a thing since, like, for literal... Well, no, not literal, but like, I mean, I forget when Agatha Christie I forget when Agatha Christie lived exactly, but, like, this has been happening since forever. I mean, we had freaking, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the freaking, I can't remember, like, when the first case of the classic, like, ice knife, you know, person made a knife out of ice and stabbed someone with it, and then, oh, there's no weapon. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's been like a tried and true trope for literal decades. Here we go. Oh, it's argument armament. Z. Gray, purple, blue, green, yellow. Christie was a modernist, so early 20th century. Yeah, that sounds right to me. I mean, also consider the fact that, well, I mean, keep in mind, she wrote "And Then There Were None," which is basically, how do you get 10 people killed without exposing the killer and still have it all make sense. Often you start with the answer, the victim, killer, location, weapon, and all of that is full sequence. Yeah, I imagine that's how it would be done too, and then you have to... It's basically like working backwards. You figure out, like, what the state of it... You figure that out, what happens as they finish out their crime, and then... Yeah, the original Danganronpa, the original Zero Escape, etc. They, You can't move the cursor to the empty space in the middle. The lower left screen will display your ammunition. Reload by pressing Shift. Black argument. Alright, let's get started. Ooh.
What a load of crap! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You guys really falling for this shit? Logic is bullshit! It's over. What a load of crap! It's over. You've got no proof! What's the point? You guys really falling for this shit? I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! You've got no evidence! That ain't convincing! You guys really falling for this shit? What's the point? What a load of crap! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You guys really falling for this shit? Your logic is bullshit! You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! That ain't convincing! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! You've got no evidence! That ain't convincing! I'm done for. I refuse to believe this! What a load of crap! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! Why are you suspecting me? You've got no proof! That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence! What's the point? That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence! What's the point? Why are you suspecting me? You've got no proof! That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! Logic is bullshit! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! Why are you suspecting me? You've got no proof! That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! That ain't convincing! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! Your logic is bullshit! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence! What a load of crap! It's over. I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence! Your logic is bullshit! What's the point? I'm done for. You've got no evidence. Why are you suspecting me? I refuse to believe this. You've got no proof. Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing. Your logic is bullshit. You guys really falling for this shit? Point. You've got no evidence. A load of crap. That ain't convincing. I refuse to believe this. You've got no evidence. Your logic is bullshit. A load of crap. You've got no proof. You've got no evidence. Why are you suspecting me? I refuse to believe this. You've got no proof. Tell me why the hell I'm suspicious!
This is the end.
No! Stop it!
It's interesting to hear your insight, Golem. I don't know if you've written anything prior to Kumitante, but I'd be interested to hear it.
Hey, Hajime. Are you really going to insist that you were drunk? You, Hajime Makunouchi, got completely drunk? That's not like you at all, Hajime.
Nobody in our group cares more about their health than you, Hajime. I thought it was kind of strange that you were drinking at the party. You did say drinking a bit was good for your health, but you've made it sound like you drank way more than that.
And I just can't see someone like you not being able to restrain themselves from drinking.
There's a little thing called mood at a party, you know? I'm human just like the rest of you. Even I can cut loose and ignore my health for a bit.
Kumitante is basically a Danganronpa-inspired game that is like part visual novel and, from the sound of it, part card battler that is currently being developed.
Ah, Mac, I just remembered. You were the one who invited Riri to the party, weren't you?
Right. He suggested that we invite Yuri, saying he's not entirely a bad person. Even then, he hadn't forgotten to talk about the importance of health.
Damn it! Hajime, what the hell were you thinking?
I'm not the culprit.
Fine, have it your way. Let's review this case from the start. Then you'll have no choice but to admit to your crimes.
Oh wait, how do I reset? What do I do? Okay, I think I need to reset. Yeah, thank you. This may take a while. Yeah, it's on Steam. Oh, what? Oh, I know, I see what I did wrong. This is probably gonna be tougher. Yeah, it is a well thought out plan, I gotta say. Hey. Could the message have been sent in between then?
Crap.
Ah, great. How's that wrong? I feel like this is a little too drawn out compared to the previous one. Like how the closing argument done was in the DRA one. Okay, I feel like we could be here all night if I'm doing this. Like, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I mean, it's a challenge, but it just seems like, well, not really a challenge, it just feels like more of a hassle than anything. I have to redo it, and sometimes it's just not entirely... It just seems like having to do all of it, instead of just filling in the gaps, feels like a bit much. Okay, that's gonna be a tough one. This one feels rather, this one definitely feels, Would it be better if losing your stars didn't kick you back to the beginning? Yes, yes, very much so. This one feels a little too vague, personally. I feel like there's a lot going on. Oh, I see what I made. I see the mistake I made. Dang it, I did it again. What? Thank goodness. Dang it! Okay. Thanks for the encouragement, Buccadeer. Well, there needed to be 9 pages because you see the number 9 is very important. Well, I mean, it's the fact that it's the number of people in this game with bracelets. And no, wait, wrong game. What page is this?
This is the
Finally.
truth of the case. It all began when Yuri started saying all that weird stuff about wanting to die for a single woman.
Yeah, I thought that was brutal. Like, I thought it was just him, like, being wrapped up, being bound by the wire.
He knew we were all growing desperate, so he offered any girl the chance to kill him and escape. Unfortunately, his words caught the attention of this case's culprit. If Yuri had been killed, everyone would suspect a woman of being the culprit. The culprit used this to their advantage in the murder.
The similar male and, more similarities to DRA1's first case I'm noticing.
However, Yuri had locked himself away and only answered to women. Setsuka decided she wanted to host a surprise party to get everyone to cheer up. Our culprit saw this party as a critical part of their plan.
Yeah.
After
As long as
getting
the
himself
thing
involved
doesn't
with the party
freeze.
setup, he was able to convince everyone to invite Yuri. While preparing the party, our culprit took the opportunity to swap some of the drinks with alcohol. This was to make sure people would get drunk. It wasn't long after the party started when Yuri, a man who was fond of alcohol, had become completely intoxicated. Both our culprit and the victim drank late into the night until they had to return to the monocruise. Once the party reached its end, our culprit helped Yuri and slipped away from the others. As a result, both the culprit and the victim were left all alone at night outside the monocruise. Once separated, the culprit took our victim directly to the bell tower. Since this all took place at night, there were no witnesses or interruptions that could affect them. Yuri was already passed out from being drunk, but to be extra sure, our culprit used a syringe to inject him with an anesthetic solution that would keep him out for a long time. Since our culprit had plenty of time until morning, he took some time to practice his method. It was during this practice that they made sure all of their measurements were perfect. Once the culprit was satisfied with their preparations, they had to wait outside until morning. Once the morning announcement went off, our culprit was going to enter the monocruise. However, as soon as the doors opened, Yoriko stepped out of the monocruise. If she had gone to the bell tower, this whole case would have been ruined for the culprit. The culprit had no choice but to inject her with the remaining anesthetic and moved her to the bell tower. Although the decision was made in the moment, it actually ended up driving suspicion away from them. During this time, the culprit had become late to their morning jog with Shinji, so they had to hurry. So, they removed the hook from Yuri's right calf while moving Yoriko. Going both up and down the stairs would take too much time, so they decided to use the hook as a means of transportation. With Yoriko in tow, the culprit rushed to the top of the bell tower. With the hook detached, our culprit quickly jumped off the tower using their fulcrum method. Normally, they would injure themselves without the weight of Yuri and the wires to slow them down. But they decided to take a risk and put their faith into their fitness and health. Luckily for our culprit, his talent was perfect for something like this. The culprit, who had shortened his travel time, joined with Shinji in the monocruise. During the jog, our culprit made an excuse to depart from Shinji for a moment. Returning to the bell tower, the culprit rearranged the hook placement. They couldn't reuse the right calf, as it had been completely torn up, so they inserted it into the left calf. This is the reason he had wounds on both of his calves. Once everything was ready, the culprit used Yuri's e-handbook plus to send a distress message to Yuki. As Yuki received the distress message, our culprit quickly made their way up to the bell tower. Once the culprit heard that we had arrived and Yuri had woken up, the culprit jumped off the bell tower once again, this time with the intention of murder. Yuri, who was connected to the life jacket via the hooks, was sent flying into the air. As Yuri flew up, he was cut by several sharp wires that had been set up by the culprit. The culprit, now safely on the ground, cut the rope, and Yuri was sent falling downwards to finish him off. Since there was nothing to slow his fall, it was without a doubt the true cause of death. Yuri, who we had just witnessed alive a moment earlier, was now a bloody mess on the ground. This is the truth of Yuri's death as Yuki and I had witnessed it. Once we saw the gruesome sight, we decided to rush up the stairs, hoping to find the culprit at the top. While we rushed to the top, the culprit disposed of the life jacket and was hurried towards the monocruise. Doing so would give them an alibi when the body discovery announcement went off. Fortunately for them and their fitness, they were able to make it back in time for the announcement. Right after the body discovery announcement, the culprit made their way to the bell tower with everyone else. In doing so, they reacted innocently with everyone else and pretended to be shocked by the event. However, this was all an act. In truth, they had been the one to kill Yuri. That culprit is without a doubt. You, Hajime Makunochi, the ultimate boxer!
Finally.
It's over, Hajime. You are the culprit.
Well, I guess I can't argue against that.
Does that mean?
It can't be helped. They got it all right. I'm sorry, Shinji, but I'm the culprit.
We did it. B. And a whole lot of crypto and a whole lot of cryptocurrency.
Have we reached a conclusion? That wasn't nearly as interesting as I thought it would be. Are you ready to see if your answer is right or wrong? As a warning, you only have one chance. I will assume that you've had enough time and proceed to the voting. Ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be?
Oh, I like the roulette wheel. Yes, please. I do not want this thing to crash. Just a word of warning. Well, actually, no. If it crashes, I guess we're late enough on that. We can get this through with this. Your answer is correct. The culprit who killed Yuri Kagarin is Hajime Makunochi. Congratulations on coming to the correct conclusion. I guessed Hajime because I thought it would be funny if a character with the same name as the protagonist from Danganronpa 2 ended up dying early.
Fuck!
Hajime, how could you?
My bad.
I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry? You're the culprit! You murdered Yuri, and all you have to say for yourself is, I'm sorry? Why? Hajime, why would you, of all people, kill someone?
That's...
Right, please give us an answer. Why did you kill Yuri, Hajime? I can't tell you. Huh? You can't tell us?
Yes.
You wouldn't understand, even if I did. And it would only make you despise me even more than you already do. Are you serious? It's your fault we had to go through this whole trial mess in the first place. We do all this and you don't even give us a straight answer?
But...
Well, to be honest, you weren't very helpful, sis.
Hey now.
Mac, please tell us. We just want to know why. Did you forget about the rules of the class trial?
Huh?
The rules?
Yikes.
If the Blacken's identity is revealed in the trial, they will be punished.
Listen.
Right, Hajime. You're about to die now. Don't you realize that? Indeed, those are the cruel rules of the class trial. The thing that hooked me into the game. I hope that was an attempt at a pun. I hope you realize that. If the Blackened is identified during the class trial, they alone will be punished. Since Monocro confirmed our answer, Hajime is without a doubt the Blackened that killed Yuri. And thus he won't be able to escape from the inevitability of his imminent death.
Yeah.
She's right, Hajime. We don't despise you. But we have to know, what led you to commit murder?
That's why.
Was it just because you wanted to escape? That's all? It was the same for all of us. We all had friends and family waiting for us out there. We all had the willpower to hold in our desire to escape. It's hard to believe that Hajime would just murder someone because he wanted to leave.
To be honest,
You must have had another reason, something that pushed you to commit murder. Mac, just tell us what it was. If you don't, I really don't know if we'll ever be able to move forward from this.
My bad.
I'm sorry. I still can't tell you. Hajime!
What?
But you're right. I didn't kill Yuri just to get off this island. I had to commit murder, so I did. My decision didn't have a process. The only thing left to behold is the outcome. Whatever my true reason was, I killed Yuri. I'm not trying to make any excuses here. I just want to die the way I am now, as a murderer. Hajime.
Come on.
Die! Don't jump to conclusions! That's not decided yet! Just wait, I'm sure there'll be another way.
Huh?
What are you talking about? There are no exceptions to the rules on this island. Are you turning to escapism now?
But, wait!
No, but...
I'm sorry, but...
Hold on just a second, Hajime. Did you say you wanted to die as a murderer? What are you getting at, Kokoro?
That's true.
That's not what you're thinking at all.
What are you saying?
It's clear to me now.
You cannot deceive me, Hajime. The emotion in your words just now. You're hiding something.
Huh?
What's the matter, Kokoro?
I'll explain.
Well, it's true that Hajime's words just now seem stoic. His thoughts betray something else entirely. Hajime is under the belief that he himself will not die at all.
Are you for real?
What do you mean, Kokoro? Are you reading his thoughts or something?
aside from that,
I know your mind reading is real, Coco, but doesn't it seem a bit off for Mac to think that way right now?
Well,
I cannot read his exact emotions because of those sunglasses covering his eyes. But I see that there was an abnormal reason for your murder of Yuri. What was it?
What are you saying?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I was prepared to die. I have nothing more to say. Monocro, just start your stupid punishment. Mr. Makunochi, you may tell them.
What?
Now then.
You may tell them the truth. I suppose you're concerned about the consequences, but that is of no matter. Speak freely. Besides, I doubt we can hide this from Kokoro any longer. Hey, stop bothering him! Why are you trying to make that decision for him? Is this another one of your conspiracies?
But...
Mikado, are you sure it's okay? Huh?
Good grief.
Completely. You are already aware of our abilities, yes? While we cannot reveal everything at this moment, telling them your reason for murder should be acceptable. I will handle the aftermath. Do as you please, Mr. Makunochi.
Huh?
Those two, what are they talking about right now?
Ah, I see.
Really? Well, if you say so. Nothing's ever gone wrong listening to you. Hajime, what's going on here? After finishing that sentence, Hajime took a deep breath. Then he spoke.
So, y'all want to know why I committed murder, huh? The answer's simple. It's because I was supposed to commit murder.
Oh, jeez. His eyes full of madness, his mouth letting out a twisted tone of voice. The Hajime we knew was gone, and in his place was a Hajime we'd never seen before.
Well, what are you talking about, Hajime? You're acting really strange.
What's so strange? You all wanted to know why I did it, right? And it's just as I said. It was my mission to murder.
I don't understand what you're saying. And something doesn't look right about you now.
Sorry for keeping quiet. But since it's already too late, and Mikado gave me permission, I'd like to say it out loud to y'all.
Is he a member of Void? Jimmy!
I don't...
Say what out loud? Big Jimmy!
Careful now.
Although this must be painful to hear, I must reveal that Mr. Makunochi is a proud member of Void.
What?
Void? What's that?
This is...
That's the name of the organization Mikado briefly mentioned on the first day we came to this island.
But...
Huh? Didn't he just make that up for his false persona?
But...
It looks like that wasn't the case. That was a good clip. Corlinium, you ought to theorize to us before you end the stream. About what? Like at the end of, like, about what though? That's right, I'm working with Mikado, the mastermind behind this whole killing game.
What?
It's a lie! This can't be!
Wrong.
It is no lie. This fact perfectly explains Hajime's strange behavior. It was all planned out from the start.
What?
Then everything he did, everything we know him for, it was all an act?
Hey.
I told you, didn't I? If I tell you why I killed, you'd all hate me even more. Your predictions for Chapter 2 about who's affiliated with Void. I don't know. I was trying to pay you all back for our past week together by getting off the stage as quietly as possible. Hajime, were you really on the mastermind's side this whole time?
Yes.
That's right. I've been on his side from the very first day of this field trip. No, before that even, from the very start of his plan. That?
Are you for real?
The world-famous boxing star Hajime Makunochi involved in a large-scale criminal organization like this? Damn it, normally this would have been perfect for a headline, but I'm in shock. I can't believe it. You! Hajime! Why? How come? What do you mean by supposed to murder?
I believe.
They likely coordinated this event in advance. You must kill someone to escape this island. It's easier said than done. The killing game could easily fall into a deadlock when its centerpiece is something as wicked as murder. I suppose Hajime's role was to break the deadlock by committing the first murder. Am I correct?
I'm impressed.
Indeed. We had everything planned out in advance. It would have been serendipitous for a murder to have occurred without Mr. Makunochi's involvement. But reality is rarely that cooperative.
What the?
That conversation at the dining hall yesterday. Do you remember when Yuri said that our motive to murder was weak? Back then, Mikado answered that the killing game was structured so that someone would kill. Is this what he meant by that? Hajime worked for the mastermind. It hid among us in our daily lives. And if a murder didn't occur, he was going to come out and do it himself?
Now then.
Now that we've crossed this threshold, I believe it would be best to drive the dagger of despair in even deeper. Allow me to reveal one more painful truth to all of you. In truth, Mr. Makunochi and I are not the only members of Void. What? Myself included. Void is an organization of 5 members in total. And all 5 of them are currently standing in this very courtroom. Do you fully grasp the implications of what this means?
No way.
That means there's more of us besides Hajime that are working for you right now?
What?
No way! Who? Who are they? Naturally, I cannot say. Oh, and if it wasn't already evident, the late Mr. Kagarin is excluded from all this. It is truly a tragedy. He would have made this school trip so much more interesting had he lived a bit longer.
Either way.
I had no choice. It was to recreate a conflict of men versus women for the exact recreation of the case. Yuri was the only one whose death would be able to achieve that. By that, I feel like by that, they mean the, I think that by that, they mean like recreating the DRA1, that element of DRA1, so that was intentional, apparently. He stirred up the theories of a woman being the culprit just by being the victim of this case.
Huh?
What? Hajime, don't tell me that's the sole reason you murdered someone.
Hey.
You listening, Shinji? My mission was to kill someone. All I had to do was choose who. Of course, because I'm the Terminator. but I'm evil. Of course, I had to prepare the murder and all the tricks by myself as well. It was a load of work, a load of weight on my shoulders.
But
I tried my best to win, but I guess it was too hard for me to deceive the brain power of 13 people. Well, 12 people. Not to mention it would have been a whole other problem had I actually won. You bastard! Huh? Big bro, no violence! Ooh! Unable to repress his anger, Shinji ran towards Hajime. But Hajime easily overpowered Shinji, someone taller than himself, with a single punch. Yes, Yuri did want to be killed by a woman.
dumbass.
Are you nuts? Did you really think you could challenge the ultimate boxer? I ain't like that featherweight. I ain't like that featherweight Juzo, you know. Mr. Makunochi, even if you are about to depart, a violation of the rules under my watch is unacceptable.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. My job's done here. Done here. Shinji!
My god.
He's out cold.
You're kidding!
What was that? Hajime, you hit Big Bro with your full strength? We've been together for a week now. I thought you saw us all as your friends.
Unforgivable!
Did everything that happened this week mean nothing to you?
Yeah, well.
Curious, y'all open to joining Void alongside us? No, Golem, not you too. Well, it was enjoyable to some extent. At one point, I really did feel like I had made some real friends. But why? Why did you bring us here just to make us kill each other? Kokoro, can't you read his mind and find out?
I'm sorry.
Mind reading is not perfect. It cannot be used anytime I desire either. No, you don't get cool Terminator eyes if you join Void. That's only if you, join the Nefarious 6. Well, Nefarious 5, but you joining it makes it 6. That's, say, of course, you also have to surrender your will to Mr. Mu Manchu. So, you know, good luck with that. I don't know if any of you are wondering, that's from Pirate 101. It can only tell the general emotional state and the mood of the individual, not their exact thoughts. I can't just simply understand why he's decided to side with the mastermind. What I can tell you right now, though, is that everything Hajime has said is true.
My bad.
Anyways, sorry for tricking you guys. But I couldn't help it. I can't live on without this plan.
But...
What does that mean?
Hey now.
Pardon me, Mr. Sonoji and Mr. Makunochi. Every time you Voids get the spotlight, I feel like I am reduced to a mere bird with no purpose, as though I've lost my wings. I have my roles as the teacher and judge, and it seems like the time has come for me to do my job as well. Ah yes, it seems that I was a bit too hasty in giving my surprise announcement. Without further ado, Mr. Monocro, please begin the grand finale of the class trial.
Very well.
I've prepared a very special punishment for this case's blackened. Hajime Makunochi, the ultimate boxer.
Hey.
I think that's enough, Mikado. You don't have to go this far. I don't need the punishment, so just tell me the way out, and I'll be waiting for you there.
Huh?
I beg your pardon? I'm afraid I don't follow. You are the loser of this trial, and therefore you will be executed.
Hey.
Whoa, stop joking around. I was supposed to leave after this. Surely you won't actually kill me, will you?
Good grief.
I will.
What?
What?
But...
Forgive me, Mr. Makunochi, but even I cannot bend the rules of this game. Are you not aware that we Void are participating on the side of the students? I'm certain you haven't forgotten that the correctly identified blackened must face execution. Oh, wow.
What are you saying?
Two co-workers arguing. I said stop joking around. Well then, shall we begin?
Ah, I see.
Oh, this is just part of the act, right? You're just pretending, right? Farewell, Mr. Makunochi. I shan't forget you.
Farewell.
There is no need to cower in fear like that. Who knows? Perhaps if our blessing succeeds, a blessing of fortune may be able to resurrect you. Could I complain to HR about this? I don't know, the director of human resources is evil.
You son of a bitch! Do you think the other three are just gonna let you get away with this? I'll reveal the entire plan right now!
It's punishment time!
Oh yeah, HR's Monocro. Shades are slipping. Oh, that's cool. Having him actually do it. Rip Jimmy. All Jimmy, no John. Super Maku Noching Machine. What the hell? Oh, it's one of those punching power machines. Oof. Oh my god. Well, that's one way to make an impression. My apologies again, Mr. Makunochi, but you should have realized. No matter what may befall you, the Void all have no choice but to obey me without question.
Farewell.
Adios, Mr. Makunochi. Thank you for the entertainment. What was that?
My god.
Is this real? Although he had sided with the mastermind had killed Yuri, he's a marketable plushie. The life of a person who'd been breathing and alive a moment ago had vanished in another. As we witnessed the shocking scene, no one was able to let out a word about the sudden influx of new information.
Hey.
Oh, have you finally awakened? Just now I sensed that something interesting stuff was going on.
So let me get this straight.
Anyways, here's what you said. There are 5 masterminds among us, including yourself. 5 imposters, is that right? Said masterminds are pre-planned to carry out murder if none of us do. And you guys are making us participate in this in order to achieve some kind of purpose.
Well done.
That would be correct.
Alright.
Quit on the spot after seeing this. I mean, if they quit, they kind of have to reveal it in the open. And also, like, if they quit, no doubt Mikado just goes... if they quit, what's stopping Monocro or Mikado from just turning right around and revealing that to everyone? So then why did you just betray your allies?
So what?
Like the boxer said, I don't think the other 3 are just gonna twiddle their thumbs and do nothing about this. What do you think?
Careful now.
Mr. Hashimoto, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it not your creed to stay out of the affairs of others, lest it benefits you directly?
Are you serious right now?
I do. It's just out of curiosity. Satisfying my curiosity would directly benefit me, right?
Ah, shit.
From the moment you revealed yourself as the mastermind on the first day here, I still have yet to figure you out even one bit. I gotta wonder how perfect your plan is for you to be okay with all the ways you're spoiling things. Our business is none of your concern. This applies to the remaining 3 members of Void as well. I can understand that you may be confounded by my actions today.
How then?
But as we've reached the conclusion of this trial, I ask that you please think things over carefully in your rooms. Whether this was an act of mere betrayal or a sacrifice for the greater good. After finishing his sentence, Mikado disappeared into flames. Aside from Shobai, the rest of us stood still in the class trial room without knowing what or how to speak.
Well, great.
Is it over? It's about time. I'm heading back. Now then, everyone, let's head back to the monocruise. I know this is hard. Even Big Sis herself here is barely standing tall right now.
But
we need to move on. Let's return to the monocruise. Let's go back and think on this.
Oh dear.
Right. Shinji's still knocked out cold. We need to take him to the infirmary.
Hey.
Alright, Beaky, Kana, could you two help me out?
Not happening.
Don't touch me.
What?
Stay away from me! There's 3 voids among us and they're all working with the mastermind! I can't trust anyone aside from Kanade! Get out of my sight!
What the?
What are you talking about? What's more important is... Oh, sis, calm down and think about this first. Shut up! What's your problem? How dare you interrupt your older sister when she's talking? Sorry, please don't be mad at me.
Hey.
What about you, Kanade? What if both of your sister... What about you, Kanade? What if both of you sisters are members of Void? That's not true. Well, that's easy for you to say. Sorry, but as a journalist, I suspect everything I see.
Hey!
Wait, then what about you? Do you have any evidence that you're not part of Void? You know, it's also possible to think that you planned together with Hajime to intentionally muddle up the case. The both of you working together as fellow members of Void. What? What did you just say? Calm down, you guys. Why are you suddenly fighting? We can't suspect each other like this. If Mikado and Hajime were speaking the truth, it'll be hard to put trust in anyone from now on.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, but carry Shinji by yourselves. If you're going to act like this, I guess I can't trust you guys either. Hey, why is everyone...
There's no use.
It's no use, Setsuka. Maybe this was how we were meant to be. We were all afraid of being killed by one another from the start. And now that we know there's 3 other masterminds in disguise, it'd be a miracle if things ever went back to the way they were before.
Hey now.
It's like a real-life traitor. Well, not real life. It's basically Danganronpa as the traitors, funnily enough. What's wrong with you, you? Sure, Riri and Mac are dead. Yes, 3 of us are on the mastermind's side. So what? Should we just give up on everything we've built up to this point and start killing each other? Don't you think that's even more ridiculous? Sorry, I may have gone too far. But at least for now, no one's in their right state of mind.
Shoot.
If only Big Bro was awake.
This is...
Everyone's gone crazy. Roha, how about you? Setsuka. Rara. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like... I know that this dialogue probably would have happened regardless, but I feel like it weirdly works since I've gravitated to Setsuka the most so far. Let's go. We should take Shinji to the infirmary. Oh, okay. That dramatic scene was like a perfect summary on how an infectious disease becomes a pandemic. Some of our bonds were already unstable from the start. This class trial just hammered the final nail in the coffin. Even Setsuka, who was trying to encourage everyone, deep behind her words could lie some form of distrust in us. Our lives together will never be the same thanks to this class trial. All that was left was the impact of a small seed. A small seed named Void that Mikado had left behind. And it stared back. God, Setsuka being a Void would be crazy with how she's like trying to keep the group together. After carrying Shinji to the infirmary with Setsuka, I silently left the monocruise on my own. Some time has passed and night has arrived, but the chaos still remains on the monocruise. A chaos where you can't trust anyone. A chaos where your only ally is yourself. The prevailing distrust that we're currently feeling could easily lead to a murder while I walk along the beach now. Is there even anything I can do about it? In my current state of affairs, all I can do is just watch as the chaos unfolds. To avoid being lost inside the turmoil, I strolled along the night seashore in silence. Who am I? Who am I to have to go through these events at this place? If anyone God. And now I feel like Setsuka isn't going to be long for this world because, well, the leaders in Danganronpa never survive. I mean, granted, it's not like she's... at this point, it's not like she's been a super effect... She hasn't been, like, I mean, she was effective at first, but like with this now, she's probably not going to be able to repair things, and so she might not be enough of a threat to stabilizing the situation to get rid of. If anyone out there knows the answer, please tell me. Huh? What was that sound just now? Through the sound of the wind and the waves of the night sea, I heard a man's voice. Ignoring my overwhelming anxiety from hearing the sudden voice, I approached the origin of the sound. And there I found... Teruya?
It's... that person?
And that's the end. Wow.
Danganronpa.
Oh, you're not gonna increase it to 14? I mean, I know he's not a, I know he's not a, Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, I know that, I know that Teruya's not a student, but, like, you can't include him in the numbers? Would you like to save your progress? Yes, please. Alright, I'm actually going to leave it there.
Hey.
Alright, I know that, as much as I'd love to continue this, it is very late. We've gone for almost 4 hours. So, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if I could make any good predictions as to who, the other voids are. I guess we'll go over them for now. Let's see. Sora... I mean, I'm not going to rule out Sora, but I also feel like having it be a final reveal, is, I feel like that would be repeating too much from the first game. I mean, obviously you can't trust anyone, but... surely at least one of the twins is from Void. I mean... Again, no certainties, but, like, there's gotta be some kind of tomfuckery going on with them at some point, surely. Especially with this whole... Not like Jekyll and Hyde, but, with this, thing going on. Just with how... Just with the whole dynamic they have, and even Kanade, like, being into... some messed up stuff. Like, with how often they keep bringing that up, I feel like there's going to be some point where she just snaps. Honestly, I feel like if there's... Yeah, definitely. I agree, Golem. And especially with the possibilities that this opens up, like, people could end up killing people. Like, the motives could be... this person is a member, like, a motive could easily be, this person is a member of Void, or here's some information, here's, like, or, like, 2 truths, 1 lie, etc., and someone who deducts that, who ends up trying to deduce what's true, could end up trying to kill someone, thinking they're Void, and basically guaranteeing they get everyone else out. The Void aspects of those specific characters definitely makes their writing better. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch, I'm not sure if I want to watch, do I want to watch, Yuri and Hajime's free time events? But, I'm gonna have to think about that. Here's the thing, like, I trust, I don't deny that, like, Kanade's helping, but, like, this is more of a meta-level thing, just the fact that they keep bringing this thing up that's what keeps raising my eyebrows. But, you know, that could be me looking into it too deeply. You want to watch Hajime's... Well, the reason I'm obviously going to watch all their free time events at some point, but I don't know if I want to watch them, like, as they get killed, because I didn't watch the rest of Yuri's when he was killed. And I don't know if, so I don't know if I want to just... I don't know if I want to just look at the events as these people drop out of the story, or wait until the end. I could, I mean, if you guys want, I could make a poll about it, but I think until then, I'm just going to just do it the normal way and watch their events as I please in game. I'm not going to look up videos as to who they are, especially because that's a good way of getting a spoil on the death order. Let's see, looking at all of them. Honestly, I feel like considering the clash, if it isn't one of the twins, then definitely Nikkei. Either Nikkei or one of the twins has to be another Void member. I just feel like that kind of clash is too good of an opportunity to sort of plant a little interaction in there, you know? Setsuka, I mean, I could understand Setsuka if you're really wanting to play the long game, but God, I hope it's not Setsuka. Because, like, she's just great. But yeah, I think the best... I'm going to be paying attention to everyone's free time events. If there is anything to see if I can glean anything. But I'd recommend after the end, says Grief and Golem. Alright, I'll wait till this is all over. Keep that fresh. I will say that I did watch everyone's events as they dropped out for DRA 1, I don't think I mentioned that in the DRA 1 video, but that is what I did. What do you mean Nikkei catching strays is good, Buccaneer? I like Nikkei. Yeah, Yoriko doesn't seem like a Void. Always countered Nikkei. Okay. Shobai is kind of a question mark, but also, like... I mean, Shobai seemed to go after Mikado literally just by himself. Okay, there's no way it's Shobai. I really don't know if... I mean, oh my god. Shobai, at the very least, if he is a Void, is doing a very good job of hiding it, because he immediately went for the jugular with Sora. No, not Sora, Yuki. And he also... And, like, with Hajime being the one who was going to get things started, like, there's no reason, like, Shobai would do that if he was a Void. So I think that... So, unless he's, like, trying to be a real chess master here, I don't think it could be him. I certainly think he has the capacity to do something like that, but I don't think it's him, for now. As you see here with Void Theater, death isn't the end, so it's best to just wait till later. So I take it that Void Theater is going to be kind of like the Monokuma Theaters, which honestly I didn't realize until recently. DRA 1 didn't have those. So this is going to be sort of how we learn their backstories, I assume. Yeah. Let's see. Sora, I'm gonna say, isn't impossible, but I feel like that's probably not gonna be anywhere close to being revealed until Mikado's out of the picture somehow. Who else is there? Shinji, with how much he was bonding with... Shinji's also not impossible, because, like, you know, that could explain why he and Hajime are... and why he was defending Hajime so hard. But then again, you know, you never know. and it seems like, and I don't know, I feel like Shinji probably, actually, if they were such good friends, I feel like Shinji would have been included in on, like, what was going to happen, or, like, he would have been told, not told he was going to be executed, of course, but, you know. Yuki's probably Yuki's probably the biggest question mark at this point, like, because, you know, I mean, I have no idea how this ties into Utsuro at all. I think it, I mean, I feel like it must, given Sora's dream. But we're gonna have to wait a while for that, I imagine. But yeah, I'd say, like, really the only safe bets are, yeah, I'm sorry, I really hope you guys aren't, like, hoping for me to be overflowing with speculation. It's just usually not my thing. When I was watching DRA1, I really didn't make that many theories, so sorry to disappoint there. Predictions aside, who are your favorite characters so far? Good question. I'm gonna say so far, I like the twins, really like the twins. Just with their whole dynamic. Setsuka is probably my favorite, just because I really like how she's, you know, she isn't, to be honest, she's a bit like, I know I made this comparison before, and I'm even like basing my attempt at a voice for her off of it. She reminds me of Boss from I, the Somnium Files. Great game. By the way, go play it. Yeah, she reminds me of Boss from I, the Somnium Files. Great game, by the way. Go play it if you haven't. Especially you, Noah. I know you're watching. Eventually, maybe. But yeah, she reminds me of Boss in that, like, she generally, like, her attitude makes her, and jokey side makes her seem like she isn't really that serious, and yet it also looks like she is at least capable of, you know, bringing people together and understands things. Though granted, like, Boss is described as having, like, is being, like, sharp as a fox. I don't really know if Setsuka has really been that sharp yet, but, I mean, she isn't terrible. She notices things, she managed to bring people together, and, you know, her party plan, the fact that she honestly, the fact that the party went off without a hitch, you know, aside from Hajime, and stuff only went to crap after it, is definitely a good sign for her. Like, that at least shows that, you know, she's not a complete, you know, she's not completely stupid, but, you know, she's willing to cut loose. Yeah, I agree, Gladys. I think the biggest contributing factor is the voice actress. She sounds so much like Boss. Let's see. Mikado obviously is. Mikado and Shobai are both very entertaining. I don't know why the male cast for some reason isn't quite as there for me. I don't know why. Aside from Mikado and Shobai, but Yuki is at least fine as a straight man. Shinji is definitely, like, the person I like the most as a person. And, you know, you know, now that Teruya is in the picture, I have no idea how he survived his fall, although I guess he wasn't, maybe he wasn't, although me thinking he was blasted into the stratosphere have been a far stretch. But, you know, maybe now that Teruya is back, Teruya is one of my favorite characters from DRA1. I rotate between him, Tsurugi, and Rei. Good Rei. But yeah, of the SDRA2 cast, favorites are definitely the twins, Setsuka, Shobai, Mikado, and Shinji. And honestly, I don't think anyone's really been dragging either. No one's really getting on my nerves. Although I feel like I'm kind of waiting on some characters to do more, to, like, have more sides to them. because Iroha has been mostly one note. Kokoro's been kind of interesting, doing stuff in the background. Nikkei, I feel like Nikkei might be someone who grows on me over time, but I'm not really sure. He kind of just seems, he's kind of like, I mean, his whole thing about rattling off headlines is kind of like Spark Brushels, to be honest. Which, you know, not the worst thing. I doubt he's going to be I doubt it's going to turn out he's a public notary or something like that. Emma's probably the best of the characters who have yet, or at least the most entertaining of the characters who have yet to show up. She kind of has like her desire to not be treated like a celebrity, and her whole thing with Yuki, you know, Yuki's celeb crush on her is pretty cute. And Yoriko, honestly, I'm probably gonna... Yoriko's also is also pretty dynamic as a character from the looks of it. So I think I'm probably gonna start looking into her free time events going forward. It feels like they're trying to build her up. Especially since she was like the main suspect, and she was the main suspect in the early going of the case. And if you know anything about Danganronpa, the main suspects in those first cases are, they're usually important characters. Makoto, Nagito, Shuichi. To be honest, DRA1 didn't really have, like, an immediate, like, oh, it's definitely you, no doubt. Which, honestly, played to that game's strengths. But, yeah. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Rei was definitely just... I mean, granted, it was more for vibes, but Rei was definitely catching a lot of heat in the first trial. She ended up being very important to the plot, so I imagine Yoriko is... Granted, I mean, Yoriko doesn't... Because Yoriko isn't a protagonist or isn't an immediate standout rival character in the way Nagito and Rei are, it seems like it is a little more of a stretch to say she's going to be super important, maybe, but you never know. Maybe she'll end up being the support. I honestly couldn't say. Iroha? Don't you mean Bubblehead? There probably ain't much more in her noggin than bubbles and cobwebs at this point. The hell are you talking about? The cursed Lord of Cats. But yeah. Oh jeez, we've gone past 4 hours. I don't regret it though. But yeah, we'll pick this up again Friday. I'm actually kind of glad that we were able to get through this. That was I really like that. You know, I don't think I'd rank this too highly, but I don't think I'd rank this too highly in terms of DRA1's cases. But well, DRA's cases. Excuse me. This isn't DRA1. But mainly mechanically, it's interesting. And like it pulls off a great twist, but I'm definitely waiting more on those really big hits, and who knows, this could end up I imagine this is going to be like chapter 1 of DRA1, where it's an ideal first killer for the kind of story that Lineage is weaving here. I mean, he did it once. I've no doubts he could do it again. I definitely say this is a better chapter 1, though somewhat. Yeah, I definitely say that the case definitely feels less like the case felt less on rails, if that makes sense. Like, the first case, I remember someone did a ranking of all the DRA1 cases and said the first one felt like a test case, and that definitely applies. That's very true. You know, it has a lot of similarities to Trigger Happy Havoc's first case, which, you know, is probably intentional on some level. But, and I think there is merit beyond it. There is, I will still defend DRA1, Chapter 1's decisions and Mitsuhiro as a killer from a narrative perspective. As a person, absolutely freaking not. Are you kidding me? But, no, narratively, great start. So yeah, yeah, it's kind of a toss-up. I'm really excited to see where we're going with this, but until then, But yeah, I've got things to do, so that'll have to wait. But I want to thank all of you for coming out to watch me. Bit of a longer stream, but I'd say it was worth it. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Goodbye.